Our first session today is the Hewitt Review, Implications and Next Steps. Please welcome Patricia Hewitt to the stage, along with our panel speakers and session chair, Matthew Taylor, Chief Executive of the NHS Confederation.
Great, well, welcome everyone. It's fantastic to see such an amazing turnout, and I think that tells us something about how much importance people are attaching to Patricia's review, the response to it, and where we go next. So let me tell you how we're going to use the time. We've got 40 minutes or so together. I'm going to ask our panel to reflect on the response to Patricia's report, but that was also a response to the report of the Health and Social Care Select Committee. So I'm going to ask Steve Brine, MP, who's the chair of that committee, also to respond to say what he thought of the response that we saw yesterday. And then I'm going to turn to Joe Rafferty, Chief Executive of Mersey Care, who's very involved working with Patricia on the review, and Steve Russell, who's Chief Delivery Officer of NHS England, to kind of reflect on where we go next in the light of the response that we've had from government, from the department. And then we'll just see how the conversation rolls on. But it's important that there's going to be a good time for you to ask any questions that you want to ask before we finish. So, Patricia, the one thing one can say about your process is it's been nicely contained. I mean, it feels like we've been talking about your review for a while, but it was only set up, 7 or 8 months ago? You
Less.
Did all the work in 4 or 5 months, and you've had a response in relatively, a few weeks as well. So, I mean, it's been an amazing journey. So, how do you respond to the response? I think the most overused word in this session will be the word respond. But yeah, how do you respond to the response?
Matthew, thank you. Let me just start by thanking everybody here this morning who contributed to the review. You mentioned Joe, co-chair of one of the work streams, but over 1,000 individuals were directly involved in the review. So I've always felt, with the support I had from the Confed and from many, over 400 organisations, this is our review, not my review. And I'm really pleased by the government's response. I think it's very thoughtful. It shows real joined-up working across government, which is one of the things we've all been calling for and stressed in the review. To be honest, it's more positive than I'd expected a few points along the way. And although they haven't accepted every recommendation, it would have been a complete miracle if they had done. I mean, that's not what happens with any of these reviews. I think what is absolutely clear is the real support for integrated care systems and a real understanding that integrated care systems and health itself are about far more than the NHS. The role the NHS plays, as we know, and as Amanda was saying yesterday, is absolutely vital. But it is only part, indeed it's only a small part, of what makes up the health and well-being that each of us enjoy or don't enjoy throughout our lives. So that recognition of the nature of integrated care systems, the potential we have, the difference we're already making, that's absolutely critical. And I think with this response to the review, with what we were hearing yesterday from Wes Streeting and some of the other statements that have been made recently from the opposition, what is really clear is we have got the cross-party support for integrated care systems that I referenced in the review. We've got that, we've got the legislation, we are here to stay, and we've got the policy stability that should make everybody who might have been hesitating a bit about whether or not really to commit to their local system, their local partnership, their local integrated care board, now put aside all of those doubts, get stuck in, and let's make this the great success that we're already showing it can be.
Thanks, Patricia. And I ought to have said, just in case anybody doesn't know, that, of course, Patricia is also chair of Norfolk and Waveney ICB. Steve, the government's response was also a response to the report of your Health and Social Care Committee. Do you share Patricia's broad welcome of that?
Look, we're a cross-party committee, so we'll go through it with a fine-tooth comb in the coming weeks, and then we'll respond to the response of the response. Look, I was at DH with Jeremy and then Matt as a minister when we were developing STPs that obviously became the integrated care systems. I clearly believe in them. I clearly believe in their approach, and I completely agree with Patricia that that yes, the response did not say we no longer believe in these systems. I personally believe these are the last big reform. You'll be pleased to hear. I think they are the last big reform of the NHS, and they are here to stay. I think my initial reading of the response is, yes, there's lots of acceptance of the recommendations that we both made, but a lot of that is stuff that is already happening. So just to give you an example, outcome-based targets, which we talked about. The government acknowledges the importance of outcome-based targets and agrees that other measures and targets may be needed. So we take that, being a half-full kind of guy that I am, as acceptance of the recommendation. We talked a lot about leadership of the ICSs. Yes. The government tie that into the messenger review around future leadership of the ICSs and where the power will lie. And that's good, but that's still on a promise of work to be done. So my view of ICSs is, and I think they're a bit like the England football team. There's a strong management thread that runs through it. There's really great talent in the squad, but as yet, they haven't won anything. And I think that the challenge now is to take them forward. And I heard the stuff that was said yesterday, and I heard what Amanda Pritchard said about being careful. I think she said we need to be thoughtful before interfering with ICSs, and I heard what the Shadow Health Secretary said about that. But equally, what I don't want to happen is, I don't want these ICSs to embed, and then we look at it 5 years down the line, and we get into we do it this way because we've always done it this way. I want to get that right from the start, which is why the outcomes framework is good. So my critique is, much done, more to do, as somebody once said, Patricia.
Absolutely.
And I like the idea that obviously there's a strong focus on prevention, and they obviously very bought into the major conditions strategy, and they see the ICS as a clear role in that. But just finally, Matthew, to give you an example, yesterday I was guesting on Philip Dunn's Environmental Audit Select Committee, which is looking at air quality. Now, the Environment Act puts some pretty clear national priorities around air quality targets. But the minister's response will be, it's for ICSs to decide their response in that space. My view would be, that's national policy that's been legislated by government in an act of Parliament, and therefore it is reasonable for us as scrutineers of government to expect the government's arm of delivery, ICSs, to implement that policy in the Environment Act. So our report was all about a balance between command and control and local leadership. And where that balance falls, I think the jury's still out.
This is work in progress.
Yeah.
And statutory ICSs are less than a year old.
Exactly.
So, and we're moving from a completely different policy regime to a new one. And I think what's really interesting about your report, my report, the overlap between them and this response, is the way it's opened the door to the next stage of development. So we undoubtedly, I think most of us, certainly in integrated care systems, would say, we need a national outcomes framework, but we need far fewer top-down national targets.
Yeah.
That, I think, the government has accepted. We'll see what happens next. But if that changes in the mandate, that changes the whole context for the planning guidance, that recognition that integrated care systems, they're not just a delivery arm. In fact, they're not primarily, I think, a delivery arm for government. They're there to respond to local population needs and work with the benefit of national support, best practice, the right policy framework and the rest of it, to get better health outcomes for our residents, particularly those who've been most left behind.
And if ministers are saying, look, we believe in prevention, that's easy to say. We all believe in prevention. If that is a policy direction, and they say that, and they want to see ICSs make sure that alongside the day job of waiting lists and all the stuff that sits on the day list task, that they want to make sure that prevention of ill health is central to what ICSs do, then they'll have my 150% support.
I'm clearly failing my audition as chair of question time here because I've completely lost control of my panel. But
only half of it.
So Steve, Steve Ross, Chief Delivery Officer, National Director for Vaccinations and Screening at NHS England. So Steve, it seems to me we exist here now in relation to kind of two different kind of challenging polarities. On the one hand, there's one that we recognise, and that's between kind of national accountability around national priorities, like things like waiting lists, for example, and the kind of notions of devolution. So that's a well-recognised kind of pull and push between central priorities, central national accountability and local discretion. But we've now got the second dimension that Patricia refers to, which is kind of accountability within the NHS and then accountability more widely into local government, third sector. And one of the kind of peculiarities of where we are is that we have bodies now, integrated care partnerships, and places which are mini partnerships. They look more like partnerships than ICBs. They are multi-agency. And in a sense, they exist in an accountability and support vacuum. It's not clear who they're accountable to, and it's not clear where the support mechanisms are for them. So this is a kind of complex picture. So taking up, I guess, Steve and Patricia's point, which is, well, the important thing now is what happens next. What do you take from the outcome, the response that we saw yesterday, and what for NHSE, what are now the kind of priorities?
Thanks, Matthew. Maybe to take a step back before dealing with that. So I think from an NHS England perspective, we were really pleased to see Patricia's review. It was incredibly helpful to hear and to listen to some of the discussions that led to the document itself, because actually the review is a product, Patricia, as you say, of hours of discussions with many, many colleagues, and we were privileged to be part of that in many ways. I think it has really helpfully shone a light on work that was already in progress, but also shown where there is more to do. And to your point earlier, I think we kind of need to move away from responding to the response and focus on, so what, exactly your point, Matthew, so what happens next? And I think, again, the message from both the review and the government's response yesterday, and from an NHS England perspective, is wholehearted backing for integrated care systems, and importantly, the four purposes of integrated care systems. And so, I think for us at NHS England, we'd said and recognised a while back there was much that we needed to do as we reshape our organisation and reshape the way in which we interact with integrated care systems and integrated care boards to kind of streamline and simplify the architecture that sits around integrated care systems, but also to kind of purposefully shift the way in which we interact with integrated care systems. Moving from perhaps what people have experienced in the past to a broader conversation, so it's not just about waiting lists, although I would suggest, and I think, Patricia, your review highlights this, that actually there's not that much difference between national and local priorities. They are the same in many, many, many respects. There, of course, will be different emphasis in different places reflecting the needs of the population. So I think for us at NHS England, it is working with colleagues up and down the country in the integrated care systems to make changes to the oversight framework, our operating model in the way that we started, but need to bring to life. And I think we could spend a lot of time on wiring diagrams. I think what is probably more important is, again, the section in Patricia's report on leadership and relationships. So really good integrated care systems have strong mutual trust, high challenge, built on good relationships within places and between places in the integrated care system more broadly, and a sense of mutual accountability to each other. And actually, I think Patricia's point on thinking about what the Messenger Review said and then looking at this from an improvement perspective and a relationship perspective is where we should probably concentrate our efforts. Simplifying our interactions and simplifying the oversight arrangements is important because it should help bring balance to the priorities that we talk about. But my personal view is redoing the wiring diagram is only a very small part of what needs to happen next in terms of that point on accountability.
And Steve, I mean, I think it's almost impossible to overstate the challenges that NHS England is having to face at the moment, going through really profound internal change in terms of reduction in headcount. And I think, when you're in a part of a large organisation, sometimes the behaviours within the organisation differ from one part of the organisation to the other, depending on the different kind of priorities that people have. We know that different regions have a more or less permissive feel towards systems, for example. So here you are with this cultural challenge, which is an expectation on the one hand that you'll give power in a kind of devolutionary sense away to systems, and on the other hand that you'll give power away laterally to other bits of government, other agencies. That is a massive kind of cultural shift. How confident are you and you're doing that in the context of, as everybody knows, pretty intensive pressure from the department? How confident are you that cultural shift is accomplished? I mean, it's so difficult.
Yeah, so I am confident about the commitment of NHS England to make progress in that context. I think it is fair to say, and it's not just NHS England that are going through big change. Integrated care boards themselves, having only just established as a statutory set of organisations, also have to change, both in terms of size, but also in terms of function, because ICBs were effectively created through a lift and shift of colleagues who'd been part of CCGs. And actually, Joe and I were chatting earlier and saying, actually, it's really unusual, but very helpful to have a review of newly created organisations at such an early stage. But it's useful to take stock, step back and say, how do we want this to work? So I think it's a set of change for the whole of the NHS and its partners. I'm not going to sit here and suggest that I think this is a flicker light switch moment and suddenly everything changes. We're going through this in effect phases. We've got a new organisational design that we are moving to, which will make us a smaller organisation. Hopefully that will help us be more focused, more purposeful. We're a different organisation because we've got Health Education England and its digital functions within it. And we have set out an operating model that we are committed to, but will involve a huge change in mindset, attitudes and behaviours for both NHS England, but also throughout the NHS system more broadly. Amanda, you'll have heard Amanda say this. We launched NHS Impact recently, which is all about thinking about life from an improvement and transformation lens. We have committed that that is going to be how we work. Amanda has committed that all of the colleagues within NHS England will be supported and trained in that sort of methodology. But if you look at any other organisation that has adopted that approach, it does take time, it takes years. So I am confident about our commitment. I am absolutely certain that our colleagues in integrated care boards will continue to work with us on it. This is a partnership, not just about NHS England. And the ongoing dialogue really helps, exactly as you say, Matthew, shine a light on where our consistency is less consistent than we would like, and we will continue to be quite purposeful about that. But, I mean, let's be clear and let's be fair to colleagues in NHS England to a degree. people have been asked to do a job in a certain way for a very long time.
Yeah.
And we're asking people now to do a slightly different job and in a very different way. And we shouldn't underestimate how difficult that is in many contexts.
Thanks, Steve. So Joe Rafferty, Chief Executive of Merseycare Foundation Trust. Joe, in many ways, I see you as a leader who exemplifies many of the principles in Patricia's report. You know, you're committed to working at a system in place. You put a lot of emphasis on prevention, on relationships beyond the health service. How did the responses that we got yesterday, where does that lead you to feel there are now new opportunities? How do you think this needs to be taken forward?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Matthew. I think one of the most frequently asked questions colleagues of mine, other chief executives in the system have said is, well, do we think ICSs are here to stay? And I think, Patricia, you said just this morning, we're here to stay. That's a key recommendation that's embedded here. And I think people will have listened to that. You know, some people, I think, maybe thought ICSs would be transitional, maybe hoped they would be, I don't know. And as chief executives in the NHS, I guess we're a bell curve. There are people who want to engage in new types of reforms. There are people who will wait and see. And there are people who just, at this stage, are not convinced. But I think, and I'm 100% with Steve on this one, I think the recommendations take us from a place where it's a sort of vertical, almost a transactional wiring type diagram to say, right, we're here to stay. The job now is to build relationships. There is no divide in the commissioner-provider sector anymore. So that's a huge challenge for us to work out how locally we're going to do different things with resources. But I think the recommendations now sort of clear the landscape a bit for that piece. Now, that sounds like nothing's been happening, but Patricia, as we walked in, you said, it's the same experience I have, everybody stops you and says, by the way, this is what we're doing and this is how it's working. And so there is a huge level of informal change going on at this stage. I think the recommendations now help us put that in the sort of accountability and delivery framework. My hope is that, and having sat through many NHS reforms in my time, that this is the one where we're able to say that this is going to be run on the basis of really strong relationships, of trust, of mutual risk management. And those are really easy words to say, but very difficult things to achieve in reality. From my perspective of having co-chaired one of the prevention and population health management stream, what struck me was the massive learning we already have from 25 years worth of, I think maybe Patricia, from your own time as Secretary of State, when a lot of this stuff was really properly talked about. I think we've got a great opportunity there. There's a lot of knowledge in the system already. We talked a lot about population health management and the sort of new and more sophisticated techniques to think about populations, not just from their health perspective, but from their quality of life perspective. So let's just not think in solving a health problem, you make somebody's life better. You know, they can still live miserably in poverty. So that opportunity to bring that to life, I think, might have taken us a long time to develop lots of the skills and techniques, but gosh, in the evidence we took, there are so many ICBs that are bringing that to life right now. So my hope is we can now push ahead full steam. I hope that ICBs will now look at the 4 key objectives they have and start to balance those out. You know, a lot of the prevention stuff must be done locally. It can be guided nationally, for sure, but must be done locally. And I think the thing that we might need to pay some attention to is what I would call near-time prevention and distant, longer-term primary prevention. I think lots of colleagues in the NHS and the provider sector at this stage were finding it difficult to lift their eyes from the fire. And we all know we need to call a fire brigade. And I think we all know what one looks like. It's prevention-shaped. But I hope that we can start to have a conversation about some near-term solutions. We might call them secondary prevention. And that's going to take a bit of dialogue with local authority people who understandably really get the sort of determinants of health piece. So I hope we'll get the plans out now that are properly thought through in the near, medium and short term on prevention. I can't see any reason we can't do that now.
Thanks, Joe. So I'm keen to bring in questions in the room. So I'm going to ask the panel one question, which I'm going to ask them to respond to quite briefly. But please think about any question that you'd want to ask, because I'm going to be coming to you in 3 or 4 minutes. So I guess the question I want to ask you, because it's really fascinating having a kind of politician, a chair of a system, leading figure in NHSC, the chief executive of a trust. Actually, you'll look at this from different perspectives. So I just wanted to ask you, what is the one kind of wicked issue in all of this? If there's a broad consensus around the direction we want to go in, what is the kind of chewiest, most difficult issue that's got to be dealt with here? So Steve, starting with you, in terms of Whitehall and politics, you know, we're moving into the idea of taking forward devolution when you've got a general election looming is pretty counterintuitive, let's face it. And that's not a point about this government, but any government.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, I think I can say this indiscreetly, but, you know, Patricia took over a department which hadn't made a difficult decision about closing a hospital for 2 years because, you know, why would you? You had a general election coming up, you know. So, you know, we know the pressures that exist in a kind of election period. So what do you see as being the kind of the most chewy and difficult issue for politicians and Whitehall if we are going to take forward this ICS agenda in the way that you've advocated in your report?
Because there are so many people on the waiting list, because, you know, if you put a group of politicians in the room, constituency MPs, and ask them how many people have got constituents on the waiting list, every hand would go up. If you ask them how many people are waiting for NHS dental care, both hands for everybody would go up. You know, so the day job, those day-to-day issues are the challenge. And, you know, I thought Joe used the word relationships right. So just to go back to my football analogy, the challenge for the systems is to keep the whole squad happy. So when I talk to my system in the area that I represent, and I talk to others in the course of our work, and we had so much input for which I'm incredibly grateful, you know, and one of the recommendations is around public health representations on the boards. So the government recently released the primary care plan. Very important to them in terms of delivery of the primary care, the 8 a.m. squeeze. They talked about pharmacists and how important community pharmacists are to that. And yet, in evidence, I was staggered in how many times I asked ICBs, and there was no pharmacy representation on those boards. So those relationships are critical, and how you keep everybody happy and everybody inside the tent is the devil's own job, and that's one that you now have. But your chewy issues are the stuff that moves the dial as far as the electorate's concerned is not who's on the IC board, is not the long-term prevention strategy and whether we allow GPs to prescribe digital answers to people with long-term sleep challenges, which have all sorts of long-term health implications. It's how many people on the waiting list can you see an NHS dentist? That's the chewy issue. And you know, the Secretary of State, I would imagine today, will be very retail in what he says because he fully appreciates there's an election next year.
So, Patricia, taking off your hat of leader of the Hewitt Review, but putting on your hat as chair of Norfolk and Waveney Integrated Care Board, in terms of demonstrating the value added of systems at this particular juncture, this difficult political time, this difficult time of really ambitious expectations in terms of performance and finance that have been placed on every part of the system, what is the trickiest issue that you've got to focus on, do you think?
Rather, as Steve was saying, the most difficult thing is managing today, improving today, and transforming and building for tomorrow. And it's doing those two things simultaneously when we are hit by multiple demands, multiple challenges, boing, 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 just taken over responsibility for dentistry, community pharmacy, and. And what I find, you know, I see in my own system and I see in many others, is despite the fact that we are having to do all this and radically restructure and downsize our own organisations, frankly, too much, too fast, all at the same time, you know, certainly in Norfolk and Waveney, we are leaning into this, we are owning all these difficulties as another opportunity to do these two things simultaneously. And what we know is that you don't fix ambulance queues or doctors' queues or a whole bunch of other queues simply by focusing on those queues. They are symptoms, they're not the underlying problem. And therefore, a critical part of how we make the coming winter better for our residents and our staff than it was last year. And last year we had last winter we had much more collaboration than we'd had a year ago or 6 years ago. So the coming winter, one of the ways in which we will, I believe, make it better for our residents is we will do more to keep particularly our older people out of hospital in the first place. Because doing that by working differently with our primary care colleagues and many, many others, including the voluntary sector, that is actually the most sustainable answer to the ambulance queues. But it's got to deliver results this winter as well as lay the foundations.
I think
for the
we're
future.
worried on the committee for you and the system of the 30%, you talk about restructuring, the 30% reduction is coming out. So very quick example, you know, the stuff that came out the other day around the choice agenda and using the independent sector to battle those waiting lists. Systems have told me that they're pulling back from that spend because of that reduction. That's going to make that choice still undeliverable. And that choice agenda has been there for a decade. It just hasn't been exercised, as I said in the House when we announced this. So we have the Secretary of State in before the Select Committee next Tuesday afternoon, and we're going to be asking him about that. So anybody who wants to grab me and prime me with questions for next Tuesday afternoon, I'm all ears.
Great, thank you. So that's really interesting, Steve, that Steve has said, well, that the critical issue is to be delivering on those things which are inevitably political priorities. Patricia's talked about maybe focusing on the difference that collaboration can make to next winter. You know, when you've got a really complex, challenging situation, you have to kind of say, well, what is the specific and concrete thing that we've got to focus on in this, and what do you see as being that for NHS England in this next 18 months, in the kind of challenging environment you're going to be in leading up to election? What is the thing that you think is absolutely the heart of trying to get this right?
Nice, easy question. Thank you.
And you've got 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay. So I would say that the wicked bit of this is maintaining balance and managing burden. And what I mean by that is maintaining balance across what is in front of us, but also thinking about the slightly more medium and longer term piece. So we have to continue to talk about and think about all of the four, not just two of the four. Because actually what you focus on and what you talk about matters. And then the second thing is managing burden. So every part of the system is under pressure, and we need to try and make sure there is enough headroom to tackle all of them. Just if you give an example of the maintaining balance. So on prevention, the NHS does a lot on prevention already. One of the questions just to consider, which is my other sort of interest, what's the balance of time spent on elective and A&E in a conversation in the ICB, ICS, compared to vaccination and screening, which, by the way, vaccination is the second most powerful and effective public health intervention, second only to clean water.
Interesting, really interesting. So, Joe, for you, in terms of, there you are running a trust, short-term operational pressures, but also very much focused on the long-term and being a part of your system. What for you is the kind of core issue that would kind of is the most wicked issue, or the issue that's going to unlock things for you?
I think the biggest challenge we face is how do we redistribute resource, let me put it that way. That could be money, it could be people, it could be infrastructure, it could be digital capability. There's all sorts of ways you can interpret that. But presently, we have too much stuff locked in different silos. And however we choose to do that, we've got to get some freedoms in place. It may be too much to shift money out of providers into even short-term preventive measures. But if we can start to think about how we use let's say, our knowledge capabilities to look at what we all think are different problems. Frankly, they're the same problem. You know, so in Liverpool, we've looked at using the population health management techniques, a group of people that we call complex lives. They've got the super used mental health services, general practice, A&E. They're super users of the police services, of education, of social care. You look at that group, it's eminently manageable in a different way. And it's I think, one of the things ICBs should focus on. That'll give us a couple of things. Much better use of resource, so we save money in this. We provide a better service to those particular client group, and actually will take the pressure away and allow the sort of patient flow. And now it's not rocket science actually to begin to think about that stuff, but it will require us to start doing that allocative efficiency stuff. And I think we've got to do that in a way where we don't scare the horses. So it's not about taking money away, but it's breaking the barriers down and allowing people to work outside their traditional organisational silos. Places are doing it, but somehow we've got to work out how to do a heck of a lot more of that in the short term. And just as an aside, you know, we've been doing winter planning from a population health prevention perspective. It's all vaccination. It's all vaccination. Good. And it's the most vulnerable people who are under-vaccinated. There are real simple things. We don't need to bamboozle ourselves. But if we can now focus on those things, it'll build belief that this whole thing is a venture worth engaging in.
Really interesting. Okay, so we've just got a few minutes. I'm going to come to the front of the stage so I can see people. I'm going to take just a quick set of questions to take a question here, a question here, a question here, and a question. That's 4, because we've only got 5 minutes. And then I'm just going to ask panel, just pick one of those questions, anything from those 4 that you want to kind of respond to. So I'm going to start here in the front row. Here comes the mic.
Jack Tarsing, Chair of Coventry Warwick Partnership Trust. Patricia, what a fantastic report you produced. And for me, the great result was identifying 1% of the NHS budget for prevention. Do you have great hope for that? And we've already heard the one thing in prevention, vaccination. I'm taking that away from my ICB. But what is the one thing you believe that 1% of the budget should be spent on?
And of course, the government's response was to support the spirit of the recommendation, but not the letter of the recommendation. So, or the number of the recommendation. Who's next? Who's got the mic? Yeah, if you've got the mic, you're next. Yeah.
Hello, it's Edel Harris. I'm the CEO of Royal Maincap Society, or Maincap as we're commonly known. I appreciate it's a NHS-focused conference, but in the panel discussion just then, I think there was one mention of local authorities and a passing reference to the voluntary sector. So my question really is, how do we ensure that in the integrated care system, the voice of people with lived experience and the critical input of the, I wouldn't call it the voluntary sector, but the charity and independent sector is an equal player, and the power is indeed shifted? That's my question. Thank you.
Who's got the mic now? Yeah.
Harry Dunn, policy intern at NHS Confed, a medical student at the University of Cambridge. So Matthew, you talked earlier about how some of the great work being done in ICS is done at a place level. And we also talked earlier about how during Patricia's time as Secretary of State, there was lots of conversations, the same conversations around prevention and integration. And my question is, it took 20 years in order for power to be devolved appropriately from the centre to systems. Will it take another 20 years for further power to be passed on to a place-based level? Or is there a recognition at ICS that sometimes their role is one of subsidiarity, of passing on power to places? Thank you.
Great question, thank you. And then
Tony Johnson from
brilliant.
Health Watch. Could I ask, please, it's now 9 years, we're in the 9th year of devolution of health and social care to Greater Manchester. And with devolution, and that came with a budget of £6.3 billion. With devolution, you normally get a local accountability. I haven't heard the local accountability in relation of quick wins and synergies, which would actually save money to recycle, to improve services and help to boost pay. Could you tell me how we could actually ensure that accountability locally is actually something real?
Okay, last question, and then panel, I'm just going to ask you to just pick one point from those questions. I know that we could spend hours, but we haven't got the time, so yeah.
Thank you for squeezing me in. Mark Moulding, Head of Policy at Skills for Care. I'd really be interested in hearing the panel's views on how the social care sector is best and most effectively woven into the fabric of integrated care systems and integrated care boards, and how near or far we are from achieving that.
Okay, so please, questioners, don't take it personally if you don't get an answer to your question, because I'm only giving the panel 1 minute each to respond. But pick anything from those questions that you particularly want to respond to. And Joe, I'll start with you.
So the one about places and the devolution of power to places, I think is a really, really important one. I think there's a little bit of work we have to do if we want to do this quickly about the maturity, some sort of maturity index for places, because it would mean devolving actually really large sums of money down to places.
Which of course is exactly what Amanda says about systems.
Well, exactly. I mean, these are Russian dolls, aren't they? Yeah. These sorts of things. But to go to I'm going to answer two, but they're related. The one about VCSF or charity sector and local authorities, we've got to get some skin in the game for people. And unless we deal with the devolution of resource, why would local authorities and voluntary sector people think there's something in this for us? And that's at the core of relationship, isn't it? Is you can see skin in the game in trying to get at some of these core issues. So I think that needs resolving relatively quickly.
Steve?
Let me take the one on social care very quickly. So point one, we can't achieve the ambitions for ICBs, ICSs without partnerships with social care and, of course, the charity sector as described. We've been careful not to try and prescribe how that is done, but every integrated care board does need a representative from local government on it. That is discharged differently in different systems, and I think we are cautious about being prescriptive about how it should be done. So it is done differently across the country, and you can see where it does work. So Surrey Heartlands is a really good example. They've got a more integrated approach on health and social care training. People get a guaranteed role, 2 roles, and the apprenticeship scheme for nurses there also covers placements in social care. So I think there are examples of the benefits being realised in systems. Is it consistent across the country? No, not yet.
Patricia?
Yeah. Social care as well, please. Look, health and social care employ nearly 3 million people, even more in social care than in the NHS itself. And I think it was much too easy in the run-up to creating ICSs to think that if you had local government at the table, that gave you social care. And it doesn't, because social care providers and the social care workforce have a huge... they're not just there to relieve the pressure on the NHS. They play an absolutely crucial role in supporting some of the most vulnerable people in our society. And at their best, the way they work with individuals and their families to enable people to lead their best possible life, that is something that actually the NHS has a lot to learn from, and they have a huge contribution to make within each integrated care system. I can see that developing already. We recommended in the review how that could be strengthened within our structures. But the critical thing that we also need, on top of what we can do as systems ourselves, is a national workforce plan for social care that in particular addresses the still shockingly low pay and really pretty unacceptable conditions in which far too many of our social care staff work. So that's the one I want to call out right now.
And then last but not least...
I agree with that. I agree with that. It'd be lovely to have the NHS workforce plan, but what's this space? Imminent. Probably not surprising from a sitting politician, the public. We talked about reviewing Healthwatch funding in our report. Jury's still out on that. We'll be raising that with Secretary of State next week. I was the minister that did part of the devolution to Manchester, and I'm pleased to be here and hear a bit more about it, and love to chat to you about it. But the public are very much shut out of this still at the moment. Constituents will contact MPs and ask about things to do with services in their area. There is very little knowledge about health and care committees that sit at upper tier authority levels, so Hampshire in my area. They're not bought into that conversation yet. Remember these old health senates that happened when the Lansley reforms went through? The public are not part of this conversation yet. It's early days. We had to get the structure right. Totally understand that. We had to get the ICB membership right in terms of the stakeholders that are around that table, which should include directors of public health, and the government seem to agree, which is the local authority point. But the public are not part of this conversation yet. And MPs, individual constituency MPs, have to step up in this respect. I do it in my area, and lots of MPs do, but not enough do. And they're a key link, I think, in that role.
Really interesting point, Steve.
That's
Thank you.
Great.
Well, look,
Norfolk and Waveney, I have to say. We have really close
Well, I'm
relationships
glad to hear that.
with
I'm
our
glad to hear
MPs
that.
and thousands of our public actually involved in a number of different issues, even over the last year.
so we finished as we started, with me losing control of the panel. But can I thank you all for coming? Can I ask you to thank Joe and Patricia and Steve and Steve? Thank you.
Our next session is New Ways of Working, how to boost elective recovery with simple, innovative and effective digital patient communication. Please welcome to the stage our speakers and session moderator, health editor at The Times, Kat Lay.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much for coming on day 2 of this conference. We're actually going to start with Jacob, who is going to talk us through his thinking on this topic, and then we're going to come back and Matthew and Jacob are going to have a brief discussion, and then we'll go out to the audience for questions. So take it away.
Thank you very much, Kat, and thank you all for joining. And so I'm going to start by taking about 10 minutes to look at this elective recovery challenge and what are the new ways of working that we need. Now, people are probably very, very familiar with this graph or a version of it, the number of patients on a waiting list. I want to focus on this bit over here, and particularly the slope of it. Why? Because it's growing by about 100,000 patients a month. And what that means is this isn't just about clearing the backlog. This is about making sure that we've got ongoing capacity that at least matches the ongoing demand. Why? Because if we cleared the backlog a year ago, there'd still be north of 1 million patients waiting for treatment. And so then the question is, how can we get through radically more demand without an increase in capacity? And we've got to recognize what got us here won't get us there. We can't just keep doing more of the same and throw more people at it. So I'm going to quickly talk through the 3 levers we've seen had the most impact. And I'll explain each one, but we've got to reduce demand, we've got to increase productivity, and we've got to proactively prioritize those patients waiting. So let's start with reducing demand. And what this boils down to is giving patients care when they actually need it. Now, to illustrate this, I want to imagine your GP practice, and imagine they send you a letter every 2 months, and they say, come in for an appointment, Thursday in 2 weeks' time at 11:20, and if you need anything sooner, then you can try calling us, but you're probably better off going to A&E. And if you don't need anything, well, come along anyway. Like, don't DNA, come along. Overnight, that practice would collapse and be overwhelmed. But that's exactly how we run outpatients today. It's all based on a schedule rather than when patients actually need care. And so we've got to shift that model. Now, you're probably sitting there thinking, we've heard this before, that's PIFU, maybe we're doing this already in our trust. But what we've seen is to actually get the benefits out, there's 3 things that have to be true. You've got to triage patients. You can't just be that when a patient gets in touch, they get an appointment. And why is this? Well, what we see time and time again is somewhere between a third and half of those contacts don't actually need an appointment. Things can be resolved remotely. Might be some tests need to be ordered, might be a medication change, but an appointment's not actually needed. But then also this has to be done for 100% of patients. Why? Well, if you only do it for 3% or 5% or 20% of patients, like some of the targets have been, the maximum you can get is 3% or 5% or 20% of the benefit. But the more important reason is it's actually really inefficient running 2 different pathways, running the old model of we'll tell you to come in every 3 months, whether you need it or not, and PIFU at the same time. You've got to protect capacity in the appointment book for those PIFU patients. Your clinicians have to make decisions around which pathway do I put a patient on. Patients start to get confused when they move between the 2. So you've got to move all the patients over. Now, obviously the pushback is, well, what about those patients that we don't hear from, but actually they might be quite unwell? We need to check in with them. And the good news is that can be automated. We can check in with patients and say, we haven't heard from you, but we just want to check how these symptoms are doing. And then the third thing we've seen has to be true is that contact has to be asynchronous by default. And what do I mean by asynchronous? I mean, it's not a phone call, it's not an appointment, it's a patient going to a website or going through the NHS app or sending an email and getting in touch. And why is this important? Well, one, it's actually pretty tough to staff phone lines reliably. But 2, it makes it a lot easier to get that to the right person. It might be getting that in front of their usual consultant. It might be, right, this can be given to the juniors or to the CNSs, or actually the pharmacist needs to look at it, or we need a few people to discuss this. So much easier when things come in asynchronously. Some examples. So one from general practice, somewhere between 5 and 10% of GP practices now, they've got rid of the 8 a.m. phone rush. Patients, whether they come through online, call up, through the NHS app, in person, get put into one queue. The practice go through, triage each one, and decide what's most appropriate. What's more exciting is you go into these practices and they're calm and staff are like buoyant, and you see patient requests come in, and within 10 minutes they're getting a response. If they need something face-to-face, it's usually the same day because they've implemented this exact model. And we see the same in acute. So in services where they're using clinical nurse specialists, often they'll be giving out an email address or a way of contacting them to a patient, and those nurses will be triaging, okay, what's actually needed here? And quite often it's not an appointment. The second area we've seen have the most impact is increasing productivity, and is specifically doing this by moving activity from what would have been appointments to happening through messaging. Why is this so important? Well, if you look at health systems, not just in the NHS, but globally, our unit of value creation, our unit of delivering healthcare is the appointment. And what that means is 75 years ago, when the NHS was founded, a 15-minute appointment with a doctor took 15 minutes of a doctor's time. Today, 15-minute appointment with a doctor takes 15 minutes of a doctor's time. And so we've had no productivity gain, stagnant productivity growth. Now, what happens is when other sectors in the economy, manufacturing, retail, finance, have huge productivity gains, that massively pushes up inflation in healthcare above other sectors. And that's why in health systems around the world, healthcare spend as a proportion of GDP keeps going up. It's why we end up in situations like this where we've got industrial action from the front line because we haven't been able to keep pace with inflation because we haven't seen those productivity gains. And economists call this Baumol's cost disease. But what it means is for as long as healthcare is only delivered in appointments, costs are just going to keep going up, and we won't have enough staff. Now, the benefits of starting to do things through messaging are you can take a couple of minutes instead of taking 15 minutes to deal with something quick and simple. You have a lot more flexibility. You can say to a patient, let's actually monitor this for a couple of weeks. If you need something, just message us back. But let's use time as medicine, and let's monitor this. And things can start to be automated. And I'm not talking here about AI algorithms making clinical decisions. I'm talking about taking a good history, asking the relevant questions for that presentation. And so again, a couple of examples. 3.5 years ago, if you had a rash on your arm and you contacted your GP, they'd tell you when the next appointment is, and you'd book it, you'd come in and you'd show them, and you'd come up with a plan. Today, in most GP practices, if you contact them with that same rash, they will ask you to send in a photo, if you haven't already. They'll review that. Maybe they'll ask you a bit about how long it's been going on, any other symptoms. And then if you need, say, a topical steroid cream, they'll send that off to the pharmacy without ever having an appointment. And so what would have been 15 minutes of clinician's time gets done in about 2. And that's where some of these productivity gains come from. And then if we take an example from the queues, and this is a great example we've seen the team at UHL in Leicester do, in thoracics, patients who've had lung cancer are coming in every 3 months to be screened again. And 95+% of the time, that scan is normal. And what was happening is patients were being told, we'll book in an appointment to give you the results in a couple of weeks' time. Now, first of all, that's not that pleasant an experience, waiting to hear if your lung cancer's come back for a couple of weeks, when 19 times out of 20 it hasn't. But secondly, what was 3 days of clinic time and appointments telling patients their results are normal can now be done in a couple of hours. And so again, that's where these productivity gains are coming from. And patients love it too. Patients don't want to wait around for the morning to wait for a phone call from a withheld number, and if they miss it, then they're trying to work out who it's from and get back in touch with the right person. Huge sectors of the workforce can't do that because they're teachers, because they're working on checkouts, or they work in prisons, or they're in meetings. They can't just take a phone call any time of the day. So they love engaging like this. And so the question I've got for all of you is, what proportion of your activity doesn't actually need to be seen if messaging was an option, if it wasn't just we have an appointment or we have letters? The third lever we've seen is one of proactively prioritizing patients. And what this boils down to is there will always be more potential demand in the system than there is capacity, and we've got to prioritize what we've got. Historically, though, this has been really hard to do. It's involved either getting patients in to screen them, ask them questions, or at best it's been calling them up. The good news is now this can be done remotely. We can at scale contact patients. And so, again, a couple of examples. 3 or 4 years ago, if you went into a GP practice and they had a cohort of patients with asthma, they'd be booking all of them in for an appointment once a year and asking them a set of questions about how well controlled their asthma is and then coming up with a plan. Now, if you go to most GP practices, they will contact all of their patients with asthma, they'll ask them a standard set of questions, and then they'll segment the patients by their response. So they'll have a group that are actually really well managed, and I'll send them back a message and say, you're managing your asthma well, keep doing what you're doing. If you need anything, we're here. Then there'll be some in the middle. Maybe they need to send them a video on their inhaler technique, or they need to give the option of a call with a respiratory nurse. And then there'll be some, actually, we really need to get you in. We need to review your medication, and we need to come up with a new plan. And that's how asthma is now managed in most of general practice. And again, to take an example from the acutes, this one's also from UHL in Leicester. Month on month, their waiting list is going up. And this is probably quite familiar to people in other trusts. And then they started contacting patients and saying, do you still need to be seen? And very quickly, month on month, the waiting list started going down. About half of those patients, about 18,000 so far removed, about half of them saying, I don't need to be seen, and about half of them saying, I don't need to be seen now, but I still want to have a way of accessing care. So great, we can put them straight into PIFU. And for operational reasons, actually, we had to pause this validation, and very quickly we started to see that list going up again. So in summary, the only way we're going to address this big elective recovery challenge is if we start to change the model that we're delivering care. And we've got to reduce demand by moving things to being led by patient demand. We've got to increase that productivity by not just delivering everything in appointments. And we've got to go and proactively prioritize the patients that are waiting and the demand that there is and do that at scale, because we're not going to get there by just doing more of the same. And the really hard bit of this is not the tech, and I say that as someone who comes from that space, the software side of things. It's the implementation. It's actually changing the operating model, not just bolting this on top of what you were doing before, but actually completely changing the delivery model of these services. So if you're hearing this and thinking, oh, actually, we want to be bold, we want to change how outpatients work, we want to work more like this, then please do come on over and talk to us. Thank you very much for listening, and yeah, very excited to now discuss this with Matthew and Kat.
Thank you. Really interesting. Can you tell us about your background, just briefly? How have you come to be involved in waiting lists and GP communications?
So as an organisation, we actually started on antimicrobial resistance and antibiotic prescribing. Did that for about 18 months. Found it very hard to get that forward because there were all these other challenges in the system. And so we went and spent about 6 months kind of living in a GP practice, doing all these transformation projects. And what we saw time and time again were communication barriers. You'd have a patient come in who's been seen in outpatients, they need to start a new medication, they go and see their GP, but there's no clinic letter, and so they're left sort of trying to guess what to do next. Or you'd have a paramedic calling reception who's with a patient trying to find out their care plan. And so we realized that actually the root cause of so many challenges in the system was communication, and specifically it being very difficult to communicate. We then spent the next few years trying to address that in general practice. So about 98% of GP practices use us now to communicate with their patients. And then more recently, we've been trying to take that to not just acute trust, but also community trust, mental health trust, other part of the system. And exactly as spoke through there, a lot of the same, the same learnings, the same opportunities. So we've been taking that into, more and more acute services.
So, Matthew, why does the system struggle to do communication well?
Yeah, so it's a fascinating presentation by Jacob, and let me start by saying if we all did what you've described, the world would be at a better place for patients and for us. So the question for me is, why is it, exactly as you say, Kat, why is it so difficult? And I think that there are a couple of reasons, and then I want to talk about the kind of theory of change, because I think for me that's the kind of critical element here. So why might there be resistance to doing this? Well, one reason is completely obvious, and we're all aware of it, which is that, when you come along, Jacob, and you say to managers, clinicians, that this is the way to do it, you're not coming along to a situation which is stable, adequately funded, no other demands. You're coming into a kind of maelstrom of a system where demand is continuously growing, capacity is limited, there are staffing shortages, etc., 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 and we're being asked to do a lot of other things at once. So you're coming into, it's not a kind of greenfield site, you're coming into that kind of context, and that's the kind of obvious thing. But I think there's a second thing as well. And I say this at the risk of, and you must argue with me, Jacob, if you think I'm being too kind of, I don't know, not getting on the project really. But I think of my mother-in-law. She's a absolutely core high-end NHS user, right? And I think of her experience of trying to engage with systems that have been subject to an intense technological productivity focus. I think of her engagement with her broadband supplier. I think of her engagement with the local authority. This is somebody who is not confident about digital.
Yeah.
And it's an absolute nightmare. I mean, it's a desperate experience for her, trying to find somebody who can talk to her, trying to negotiate a system which makes assumptions about people's capacities. I was in Rusholme earlier this week. Brilliant practice, absolutely doing active triage in the way that you said, but I think 4 out of 10 of their patients don't have a good command of English, for example. So in your slide, you said patients love it. And I think in a lot of clinicians or managers say, well, there's no such thing as patients.
Yep.
They're very, very different people at very different stages. And actually, generally, the people we're most concerned about are the people who this might be most challenging to. Now, that does not mean we shouldn't do it. It absolutely doesn't. But what it means is we need to be conscious of the concerns that people have about new systems being systems which are genuinely inclusive and genuinely work for everybody and don't turn into, the way broadband companies treat their customers, right? So what does that mean for theory of change? So I did a lot of work on, it's probably my specialist subject really, is change and why it's so difficult to do, particularly change involving human beings. And what I found when I looked into this, why is it that most policy fails? Why is it that 65% of corporate change strategies fail to achieve their objectives? And when we did this work, we found 2 reasons. So the first reason is that what happens is you introduce an intervention into a complex system, and you focus on this intervention, but there's all sorts of other noise. And so what happens is that the intervention bounces up against all the other noise in the system, and it starts not to achieve what it's supposed to achieve, or sometimes even achieves a negative consequence because of unexpected, unforeseen consequences. And we see that all over the place. The other problem is a kind of form of path dependency, which is, it takes a long time to get permission to do something. So you come into a system or a trust and you say, look, do this, and it takes months and months and months, and no, we're going to do it, we're going to put the investment, we're going to do it. And then you set off, and then almost immediately things don't quite work in the way that we thought they were going to work for any of a lot of reasons. And then there's a tendency to kind of double down, to kind of plow on and say, no, I've got a mandate to do this, we've got a contract to do this, we're going to do this. Again, try to silence out the noise of the fact that actually things aren't quite working. So what do you do about that? So I think these are 2 things that we need to do. One is we always need to recognize that innovation involves the interaction of technological systems and human systems. And that complex interaction of the technological and the human system is, I would say, ultimately inherently unpredictable. There is an unpredictability about how human systems and technological systems interact with each other in terms of what they lead to. And so what does that mean in terms of how I think we need to work? So the phrase we came up with when I did this work at the RSA was, I said the way to think about change, or we said the way to think about change is to think like a system and act like an entrepreneur. What do I mean by that? What I mean is agree where it is ultimately we want to get to. So what is our vision of what this would look like? And is everybody bought into that ultimate place that we want to get to? How would this feel as a whole? What would be the experience for patients, for clinicians in this system? And are we clear about what we want? And that's what it is. And that's a whole system perspective. So how does this relate to other changes we're trying? What would this feel like? But then the entrepreneurial bit is you've then got to adopt a highly agile approach to implementation in which you can adapt as things don't quite work in the way you want to, as you come up against bits of human resistance, as events kind of happen. And what I think that means, I'm just really interested, Jacob, in your kind of response to this, is I think it means that the challenge for our commercial partners is to have the quality of relationship that enables us to be, firstly, really do the work of making sure we agree about where we're ultimately trying to get to here. Take that time to get that shared vision. And then secondly, to have the kind of relationship that enables us to work and adapt together in real time. As too often, the experience that the NHS has is tying themselves into relationships that become very inflexible when things don't quite work out as they were supposed to work out. And there's probably a lot of people in this room who could tell you about contracts that they're involved in, which, well, they're ploughing on with them, but they're not, you know, if they could go back, they would do them differently, but they're kind of stuck slightly. So that's my kind of question to you, is I look at this and I think, wow, and I guess if I was Steve Barclay, I just look at it and I go, right, everyone, you're just going to bloody do it by next Tuesday, and if you don't, you're useless kind of thing. But the world is more complex than that, and I'm interested in your perspective as an entrepreneur, as a business leader, on how do you get that relationship right in order to have that kind of agility and responsiveness?
Yeah, so I want to agree with parts of those and also to challenge a few things there. So in terms of that collaborative, joint enterprise delivery, absolutely essential. And why it's so important is because we're actually not the innovators. The innovators are frontline staff, and the only way that they're going to realize that is if we work. Those examples I spoke through there are frontline staff coming up with, hang on a sec, these patients, there's a much better way, but they haven't had the ways of working to be able to go after that. And to your point around unforeseen and unpredictable challenges, one of the biggest failure modes we see is organizations. So we have implemented PIFIT, we have implemented online consultations. It doesn't work. It's just overwhelmed us. Why? Because they haven't done the people part, because they've it's been bolted on top of their old operating model. So they've got the 8 a.m. phone rush, but now they've also got an online channel. So the staff are like, well, we're just even more overwhelmed. Or they've put in PIFU, but it's only for a few patients, and staff are a bit confused as to when to use it, and so you don't get the benefits out. So very, it has to be that co-creation. The hard bit is then when you've seen, because like in everything, there's a distribution, you've got variation across the system. When you've seen things work really well in one place, that balance of transplanting that, but also taking people on the journey, adapting it to local circumstances. The bit I wanted to challenge a bit is the piece around inclusion with technology, because it's absolutely critical, right? We have to make sure that the whole system can access care. But we found three things. So one is that there are a lot of misconceptions about who can and can't use technology. And if I look at, so we booked about a third of the COVID vaccines. When we were in phase 1, phase 2 of the program, over 75-year-olds, 90% of them were booking online. Now, often it was a family member helping them. But these conceptions that older people can't use technology, or also if I think about patients who, for example, don't read English, getting a message is great because they go and show it to a family member, when they're able to, and get that translated. They copy and paste it into Google Translate. So there's those misconceptions. Then there's also we've got to recognise that the system at the moment that we have, sending letters, telling people to come in at a certain point in the middle of the day or to wait around for a phone call within a few-hour window, that's not accessible for loads of people. Lots of people are not at a fixed address, or they're homeless, or they're travelling for work. They can't get letters. They're in jobs where they can't just take a phone call any time of the day. And so we've got to recognise that the current system actually excludes a load of people already. Those are some of the things we've seen in inclusion. Now, the exciting opportunity is in those practices where they're shifting to a total triage model. 85% of the demand will come through those digital channels. But what does that mean? It means their reception team now, the phones aren't ringing off the hook. There's, if there's any wait on the phone queue, it's 2 minutes instead of 45 minutes. And so the patients who can't go through digital channels can call up, can speak to someone. And so making access slicker and better for one group of patients actually ends up helping all patients, because same example with if you free up staff time with those simpler patients, say in the asthma example, free up staff time for those patients, suddenly the respiratory team has more time that they can spend on the really complex ones. So it is quite nuanced, I'd say, the inclusion piece. It's not just tech will only help the people who can use tech, which are only young people, which I know is not what you're saying, but it's a lot of what we sort of come up again.
So do you mind if I...
No, please, carry on.
So I really agree with that. And I think, look, I'm not on your marketing team, but I'm available for office. But I think there's something about how you talk about this. So when you say this enables us to do other things better for our patients, I think that resonates with this kind of idea of where we're ultimately trying to get to, in a way that sometimes when we talk about productivity and efficiency, it doesn't feel like it's doing that. So I think the tragedy of, not the tragedy, but the problem of 15-minute appointments is that some people need 2-minute appointments and some people need 30-minute appointments, right? And so the danger is when we kind of say, well, look, isn't it a good thing if people don't come and sit down with the GP, but they instead transact digitally? GPs will say, well, hold on, the phenomenon of people as they leave my office saying, there's just one more thing.
Yeah.
That phenomenon. Yeah. Or the fact that it is well known that if you spend twice as long with somebody in an initial consultation as a GP, they will use GP services less in future because you will have had a really good quality conversation. And so the more we can articulate these things in terms of the human objectives we've got, as well as the fact that we can be more efficient and productive, the more powerful I think it is in terms of buying people in.
Yeah, definitely. And it, like all of this, right, it all comes down to the nuances. So if it becomes appointments good, appointments bad, messaging good, or vice versa, we've all lost. And time again, we see actually patients and clinicians together are very, very good at working out what is most appropriate for that given need. And it's not as simple as, some patients like appointments, some patients like messaging. In general, some patients like appointments when they really need to discuss a complex thing, and when they just need to, update a prescription or, check in about this medication or what their test result was, they like messaging. And so we've got to move away from the one size fits all. But the good thing is patients and clinicians are very good at recognizing what they need to use if they've got that suite available.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you both about what we're hearing from politicians in terms of technology in the NHS. I mean, it seems very much to be seen as the solution. That's what's going to help us get out of the mess that we're in. Are people like Wes Streeting, Steve Barclay, expecting too much, putting too much emphasis on technology, or is it really going to help?
No, look, it's going to be absolutely transformative. And also the other point, which is the point I made on this stage yesterday, is that if the NHS doesn't do this, then these opportunities will be provided outside the NHS to those people who have the confidence and the capacity to access them, and we'll end up with a greater polarisation between the kind of the healthy haves who use the full array of biotech and digital, and the unhealthy have-nots who are relying on an NHS system which doesn't provide the offer of kind of convenience and personalisation. So no, absolutely. I think the challenge for politicians is to recognise two things. Firstly, that even if a solution is really compelling like this, it still needs to be adapted to local circumstances. It still needs to build itself around, look at, ICSs, how you have a solution like this in inner city Manchester and have you a solution like this in, I don't know, Somerset or Gloucestershire, in a rural community. There are nuances to how you do this. And so we have to provide space for people to do that. And secondly, let's just have a small number of key priorities. Richard Meddings said, I think on this stage yesterday, that he'd worked out that there are currently 256 technological priorities.
Staggering number.
256 technological priorities directly mandated by ministers. Well, that's probably about 245 to 250 too many. So, yes, absolutely technology, but recognise the importance, as we've been saying, of technology working with people in context rather than being over-defined by the centre. Of course, there are platforms which need to be designed by the centre, absolutely, and systems and fidelity elements that have to be done centrally. And also, just give us a manageable number of national priorities, partly so that we can also have some local priorities.
So I know Wes Streeting yesterday was talking about bulk buying in technology, so you don't end up with this postcode lottery where some hospitals are using fantastic new schemes to diagnose skin cancer and so on, and others simply aren't. What's been your experience of dealing with the system? Is it frustrating to have to go trust by trust?
I'd say every route has its challenges, both as a technology organisation, but also for the system. So things done centrally, yes, you can get great scale, you can sort of avoid having that postcode lottery. It also then crowds out a lot of innovation because it's harder to bring in solutions in more local settings. If I think about, when we started this organisation, we were going around to individual GP practices who were just getting set up and messaging their patients in a way that they couldn't do if there was, everything had to come through a central route. And then also as a technology organisation, we have some, central contracts and arrangements. It's not just they're difficult to get, is actually it comes with a lot of uncertainty. It actually, then implementing it, you still have to work locally, and so there isn't a perfect route. But I very much agree with this. Like technology, I say this is a technology organisation, is not the solution. It's an enabler. We talk about integrated care, frontline staff in different organisations working as one team. Like that's what it boils down to for us. But you can't do that if you can't communicate. So is just giving people technology going to solve anything? No. But is it going to enable them to work in a more integrated way? Is it going to enable them to change how they're doing outpatients so it's much more modern and fit for purpose? Is it going to enable them to screen their populations and be much more proactive? Like, absolutely. But you've got to do that joint work.
But I think a really important point here is that where I see really good relationships between the health service and commercial partners, it's because of the quality of those local relationships, very often between lead clinicians and partners. And actually, at the national level, it's much more brittle. It's big decisions, and then there's all the kind of issues of public accountability and propriety. It's quite slow. It's quite cumbersome. Every once in a while, there's an absolute disaster because everything is chucked into something, and when that happens, it can set us back for years. And there's been 3 or 4 examples of that. So this model of agility, I think, is really important, because if I'm right that a critical element in innovation is having a relationship with commercial partners where we can adapt and not over-define things but work together to a common outcome, then that needs to happen quite a lot locally.
Okay, I'd like to open it up to questions from the audience. So at the top of the stairs back there.
Hi there, I'm David Atherton. I'm a GP and Eutoxeter Clinical Director of the Staffordshire Primary Care Network, and I just want to start off by saying thank you, Jacob, for introducing AcuRx into my life. It's been an absolute game changer, and you're absolutely right that it's the nuance. So I've been looking for years for a text messaging service to just let patients know the simple day-to-day stuff, like your scan's back, it's normal, your bloods are back, and it's normal. It doesn't mean to say I don't want to have another conversation, but just giving them a heads up. so that they can plan their lives. I mean, it's been, you know, but it's been transformational for me. And Matthew, just to reassure you that by doing that, it enables me to free up more time, because I can do often those messages in between patients or for the DNAs. You know, so if someone doesn't turn up, so I've got more time to then spend with the patients who do say, and one more thing, because I've got more time, because in my time, I can actually then control that to be able to message patients at you know, any time, and then they can pick it up at convenience at the end of the day. So that's been huge. My question is, what opportunity do you see in secondary care? Because it's been transformational for us in general practice, and I think we're pretty lean already in terms of working out those efficiencies, although you experienced in some practices that communication was a problem. But just what do you think those opportunities are? Because my observation in secondary care is that it's pretty bad, really, sort of in terms of the use of technology, and therefore the opportunity must be even greater.
Yeah, so in terms of the opportunities, and this is like the biggest challenge we have, right? We're trying to make it easier to communicate. The opportunities, there are literally thousands of them. We don't come up with them, the frontline stuff. All the examples you just listed, like you came up with, not us. But, you know, we spoke through some of them there around taking pathways where we're bringing patients in for appointments that didn't need them. And now those, you know, we can resolve that remotely. I'll talk through one example. It's actually a personal one. So I'm a patient, a big teaching hospital under two specialties. Respiratory, I've got a condition called bronchiectasis. It's like pretty mild and well controlled. I have an appointment every 3 months that I don't need. So I have this like moral dilemma of, do I go to an appointment I don't need, or do I DNA? I genuinely don't know what the right answer is. Obviously I try and cancel. It's like almost impossible to. And then I'm under another team in gastro, where I do actually need to interact more. I send them an email. They say, okay, we're going to send off this test. Okay, we're going to update your prescription. Very rarely have appointments. In the same hospital with the same IT, two very, very different experiences. Both one much better as a patient, but also like vastly more efficient as the system, for the system. And so those are the sorts of opportunities, I think, in terms of changing how outpatients is working across the system. Is one of the biggest. The other huge one that we see is this communication between providers. So in GP practices now, it takes 2 clicks to message a patient. Click a button, type a message, hit send. We're trying to make it as easy to message a patient's district nurse. So when they're there tomorrow, they can also check these observations. Or trying to make it as easy to message cardiology so you can get some advice and guidance instead of having to refer. And I think like, we can't actually deliver integrated care until it is that seamless for people to communicate across the system, not just in the acutes, but across the whole system. So those are some of them. But the really exciting bit is like the biggest.
Person.
Yeah, it's a very good question. What we generally find is that clinicians are quite aware of their patients and scenarios. They have flags on their system where there's safeguarding concerns, and so again, we put the trust in them to know, okay, actually for this patient, this might be appropriate, this might not be appropriate. We're doing some work, for example, with the NHS app, so we can have a more authenticated channel and route things directly, make sure we've got really strong audit trails, things like that. But I'd say this is one of the areas where there have been concerns. We've sent north of 1 billion messages to patients. We do about a couple of million every day, and we're constantly monitoring, very proactively monitoring. Okay, what are the issues coming up? And these things are, this particular one fortunately hasn't, because clinicians know their patients very well and plan around that.
Okay. Should we take, I think we've got time for maybe one more question from the audience. I'm being pointed at the back there. Is there a microphone up there?
Thank you. Thank you for the conversation. Hugely interesting, that marriage between technology and implementation, hugely important. Question, Jacob, I suppose from your perspective, I heard you say there that implementation is key. We're talking about a intervention in different settings. What lessons have you learned about how that implementation support has had to change over that time? And a question, Matthew, for you to reflect on, perhaps, how can the NHS help our industry partners with that implementation support?
I think what we've learned is exactly what Matthew is talking about. Is like it comes from relationships. It comes from there being some shared vision, then some shared ambition and urgency for change, and also from celebrating the wins together. So one of the things that that starts to snowball is make some changes, you get some wins, then people get more ideas, put in place more changes. But I'd go further than implementation is key. I think implementation is everything here. What I spoke through is not, a lot of it isn't groundbreaking, because I don't think the solutions are groundbreaking, but change is just really bloody hard.
Yeah. Matthew, do you want to finish?
Yeah, and actually this session is a great example of how I'd answer that, which is that for the Confed, partly because we really enjoy our commercial partnerships and partly because we're increasingly getting into the space of improvement. For me, it's about the quality of the conversation that we have, and it's really about coming back continuously to what is the theory of change here. Not just what is the product, and not just the impatience that you've got that people aren't using this product or prescribing this drug. Let's get under this and understand what the resistance to change is, and let's accept that resistance to change as being, if not legitimate in the sense that it might be misguided, it's still real. And we need to understand it, and then we need to work together to say, okay, if we both believe that this is something that's going to make the world a better place, what are the processes? We spend a lot of time in the NHS, everyone spends a lot of time in conversations that are not designed to reach any kind of solution or make any kind of progress. So how do we design the kind of processes, the kinds of engagements that really do empower people to want to leave the room and go, okay, I can take the next step now. So for us, it's about having a conversation that's absolutely focused on resistance to change and a theory of change and developing processes that lead to change.
Okay. Well, I think we need to wrap up now. So thank you very much, Matthew. Thank you, Jacob. And thank you, everyone, for your attention this morning.
Thank you.
Matthew Taylor.
Well, thank you all. When I spoke last year, there was about 27 people there, so I don't know what you've been told I'm going to say, but thank you all for coming along. I decided this morning that I just kind of wanted to have a conversation with you rather than kind of delivering a pre-written speech. I told Victor this, and he said it was a brave decision in that kind of slightly worried way. And then, just feeling a bit nervous, I just met Andy Burnham outside, and he said, "You doing a speech?" I said, "Yeah, I decided just to have a kind of conversation with people." And Andy said, "That's good." He said, because it was in this very building several years ago that Ed Miliband made a speech in which he too didn't use any notes. So if you remember that, it was a point when Labour's economic credibility wasn't great, and he delivered the speech like this, and he forgot the whole economic section. And as Andy said, it was a complete disaster. So I said, thanks for that, Andy. That's just what I wanted to hear before I started to speak. So look, I do want to start by saying thank you. I want to say thank you for coming, because I know that with the junior doctors' action, it's been particularly challenging for people to make it here. We've just heard that there are now more than 4,500 people here, so this is an even bigger event than last year. It's been great that Amanda is here, that we have the Secretary of State. You'll hear from Wes Streeting slightly later this afternoon, Richard Meddings. So it's great to see so many people here, and I do just want you to do one little bit of audience participation, which is the team at the Confed and the team at NHSC who've been working on this event for months and months, and then a couple of weeks ago realised that it was going to be clashing with this industrial action, had to address that and deal with that, and a few speakers dropping out. But they have been a fantastic team, and it's because of their hard work that we're having such a great conference. So I'd just like you to thank the NHS Confed NHSE team who've organised ConfedExpo. The second thank you I want to make is to you, particularly to our members who've worked with us over the last year in what has been in a really strong year in terms of the work of the Confederation. We've published more reports, we've had more profile, we've held more events. I think we've had more impact than ever before, and that's because of the contribution that our members make to us. Everything we do because of our members. So thank you for helping us to help you over the last year in terms of the ways in which we seek to represent members' views and to help members to make practical change in the health service. And then finally, to echo points that you heard this morning, just to thank you for your service, for getting through the toughest winter the NHS has ever experienced, for the progress that we are now able to make in relation to backlogs and key targets. And also thank you for setting incredibly stretching targets for the year ahead. We know that through the planning round, that leaders of systems, of places, of trusts have really stretched in terms of the performance targets and the financial targets that they've set, and that's brave. And we will be with you every step of the way and hope that we are able to achieve the those ambitious targets that we've set. So thank you for that. As I said, speaking like this, chatting with you, trying to make eye contact with people, it does feel a little bit nerve-wracking, but at the Confed we published a report in responding to our members asked us to do this. We published a report on trans allyship last week, and having dealt with the kind of media and social media response to that, I have to say that that's done wonders for my pain and risk threshold. So I wanted to mention that report because I'm proud that we did it and we responded to our members who wanted us to do it, but also because I want to emphasize that one of the things I think we have a duty to do in the Confed is to be willing to do things that are sometimes controversial, whether it's talking about racial disparities in health outcomes, whether it's identifying the health impacts and the impact on our staff of the cost of living crisis, whether it's supporting the Hewitt review process, and talking about the importance of the centre devolving to and trusting leaders more in systems and places and trusts. Whether it's working with the LGA to set up an Integrated Care Partnerships Forum to try to engage wider Whitehall in talking about health policy. We know that you put yourselves on the line every day of the week as health service leaders, and it's important that we as your representatives are also willing to take risks sometimes, to say things that are difficult to say. It's not easy for you to do a lot of the time. It's our job sometimes to do that. But the other thing I want to say is that it's also the case that we don't always agree with each other all the time. I've come into the health service relatively recently, and I've heard it said that sometimes in the health service what we say to each other is not the same as what we say about each other. Or as someone put it, what we say in the boardroom is not the same as what we say in the car park. So I think another important job for the Confederation, representing all parts of the health system in England, in Northern Ireland, and Wales, is to sometimes convene those difficult conversations. So in the last year, we've brought together leaders of acute trusts and systems to talk about how to make that relationship work and to discuss some of the challenges of making that relationship work. In our primary work, we've been really clear that we understand the huge challenges that primary care faces, but we're really clear that primary care needs to operate at scale. It needs to engage with places and systems. That's the future of primary care. We've organised a forum for place leaders, and in that forum, we encourage really honest conversations between colleagues in local government and the health service, the third sector, about how we make collaboration work, how we avoid a kind of local blame game. So I think it's really important that we play that role of taking what could be zero-sum conflicts and trying to turn them into positive-sum solutions. But in the rest of what I'm going to say, I'm not going to be talking about what we disagree about. I'm going to be talking about what I hope we agree about. I'm going to talk about 5 things that I think, 5 shifts that if we were able to make them, would carry the NHS into our next period with real confidence. And I want to encourage us to think about how we can mobilize behind a shared vision for the future of the health service. This, I think, is one of the real imperatives we have now. Why? Why do we need that shared vision? Well, firstly, because we have this 75th birthday. What better time is there to refresh, renew the story that we have about the health service? Secondly, we have a general election looming. And we know that in a general election, there is always a danger that the NHS becomes a political football, or that the political parties try to outdo each other in their retail offer. And I think it's really important to encourage, in that debate, a focus on what really matters and a focus on the long term. And thirdly, I think it's important to have a shared vision because of the moment that we're at. We're at a moment when the opportunities for people to empower themselves in relation to their health are growing every day. It's possible to find out more about your health. It's possible to monitor your health. It's more possible to diagnose what might be wrong with you. There is an ever-growing number of organizations seeking to sell us things to help us to take control of our health. Now, if we in the health service don't grasp those opportunities, if we don't empower and personalize ourselves within the context of our commitment to equity, then what will happen is we will see an ever-growing divide between the healthy haves and the unhealthy have-nots. So let me talk about the 5 things that I think we need to do. The first is we need to have a health strategy, not just policies for the NHS. This is so obvious. Our country has become sicker and poorer. This is a kind of remarkable thing for a person of my age. I've lived through all sorts of difficult times, the winter of discontent, the recession in the 80s, but we always felt that when we got through those little cycles, we were always going to be getting better off and always be living longer and healthier lives. So that's stalled over the last few years, and we have to pick up the consequences of that. So if we are to thrive in the health service, we need things to happen that happen outside the health service. We know we can't succeed unless we sort out the terrible crisis unfolding in social care. We know that we need action on smoking, on nutrition, on exercise. And of course, we need also action in relation to the social determinants of health, housing, employment. Yesterday, I went to a fantastic primary care practice in Rusholme, just down the road, and I spoke to a GP there, brilliant GP. She said to me that, and she clearly looked hard at the data, that 1 in 4 of the people she sees, their problem is not actually a health problem, it's a housing problem. So if we're going to tackle the issues that we face, we need to do that within the context of an overall strategy to improve the nation's health. And unfortunately, I think when it comes to government, we're going in the wrong direction. We were promised a health disparities white paper across Whitehall. We were promised a mental health strategy across Whitehall. Now we have a major condition strategy led by the department. Now we're working with that strategy. We want it to be as good as possible. But I don't see that concerted, joined-up effort around health. So that's the first thing we need. We need a national strategy to improve health. The second thing we need is obvious. It's investment. We know the effect that the austerity decade, half the level of growth that we needed to have over that 10 years, we know the effect that had on us. We know that we went into COVID already vulnerable, already with 100,000 vacancies, already with a crumbling estate, and we know that COVID hit us harder than it hit other health systems because of that. So we're going to need several years, a decade of adequate revenue funding to be able to make up for that. Health Foundation estimates that at the end of that austerity decade, we'd fallen about £40 billion behind other countries in terms of our funding. That's revenue. But the situation in terms of capital is even worse. Half the level of funding that's average in the OECD. That huge backlog that Richard Meddings talked about this morning, the difficulty of investing in digital in the ways that we want to, and that lack of capital investment is a huge barrier to the innovation that Amanda Pritchard talked about this morning. And of course, it goes without saying workforce, and we all hope that we are finally going to see that workforce plan, and it's going to be properly funded. But when we talk about investment, when we make the case for investment, let's remember it is investment. Too often, people talk about spending in the health service as if it's pouring money into a kind of bottomless pit. It is an investment. You know, health is the fastest growing global marketplace, and we could be major players in that marketplace. Within local economies like this, here in Manchester, the health service is a massive player in terms of employment and investment, procurement. And of course, if you don't get your health and care system right, it has a massive impact on your economy. And one of the biggest challenges we have, look at the inflation figures. Everyone's worried about inflation. Part of what drives inflation is labour shortages. And why do we have labour shortages? Because we have millions of people who are not working because of their health and care needs. So when we don't put money into the health service, it has a huge impact on the economy. So we've got to talk about investing in health as an investment for not just the health service, but for the whole country. The third thing we need to do is we need to start to deliver on something we've been talking about for many, many years, but we haven't achieved. And that is that shift, that proportionate shift of investment in the health service upstream into primary prevention, services based in the community, in people's homes. We know how important that is. We know that unless we do that, and by the way, it's acute leaders who say this to me as much as anybody else, and we're just caught on the hamster wheel of meeting demand when it presents itself at the front door of the hospital. But yet again, we're not necessarily going in the right direction. The government has cut public health funding year after year. We have fewer GPs, a lot more hospital consultants, but fewer GPs. So we're not doing that. We're not investing upstream, and we've got to do that. We will not have a sustainable health service unless we are better able to use the money in different ways in terms of prevention and support in the community. So how do we do this? We know it's hard because we've been talking about it for a long time and we haven't done it. So I think two things. I think firstly, we have to say, we want politicians to say that it is a national target, it is something that we will report on, we'll be accountable for, that we want to achieve that shift of resources. Just like Patricia Hewitt called for a commitment to prevention in her report. So we need to be accountable nationally at system level for achieving that shift of resources upstream. And then secondly, the kind of other side of this is we need to support those practical initiatives that are starting to make this happen. So one of the things I've become really enthusiastic about going around the country is care coordination systems. So often these started with an acute problem. How do we reduce the number of people coming to A&E? How do we get people out of hospital quicker? But then, when I go to the places that are doing this best, I was in Wolverhampton a couple of weeks ago, for example, what you've got is a kind of war room of people from different agencies, from different disciplines, working together, taking calls from the ambulance service, working to deal with that issue there and then, identifying where there are gaps in provision in the community, starting to think about how we need to fill those gaps, using the opportunities of virtual care to develop different kinds of pathways. And in the best of those examples, now starting to look at the data, working together, starting to look at the data, thinking about how it is we can intervene earlier with the people who are most likely to be ending up ringing an ambulance because they feel they've got an emergency. And that is, for me, when I see that, that is collaboration in action. That is integration and collaboration in action. So the second thing we need to do, if we want to get that upstream shift, is to support the momentum of initiatives like that are starting to practically shift those resources into the community and into prevention. And the fourth thing we need to do, and I've stolen this phrase from Cathy McLean from Nottinghamshire ICS, we need to invert the pyramid. So, I think it's great, the NHSE's commitment in their operating model to devolve. I'm pleased that today we see the government's response to the Hewitt Review, and whilst, as Victor said earlier, it doesn't give us everything we want, there is a commitment to try to go further, to reduce the number of targets, to reduce the number of over-specified, over-regulated funding pots. So it's good to see that, and I understand there'll be a new NHS mandate announced, and hopefully that too will go in that direction. Now, there is a gap, however, between the rhetoric of devolving and the actual experience people are still having within the system. So we've got to go further, and at heart, I think this is a cultural challenge. Too often in the NHS, when we talk about accountability, what we think of is accountability upwards to the people who are in control above us. So the accountability that NHS England has to DHSE, that systems have to NHS England, etc., etc. We need to reverse that and talk about accountability being what you owe downwards. How accountability should be about, are you empowering and enabling those people that you're overseeing? Is the department enabling NHSE? Is NHSE enabling systems? Are systems enabling trusts? Are trusts enabling their clinicians, their managers? And this isn't just some kind of ideological commitment to devolution. The evidence is really clear that where the center of organizations is strategic and focused and not micromanaging, it has more impact. When leaders have more autonomy and more trust, they're more likely to innovate. Indeed, what we know about the best systems and the best organizations is they have this characteristic. They combine top-down drivers of improvement, strategy, accountability, resourcing, with lateral drivers of improvement. That's a culture of improvement. That's about peer-to-peer support, professionalism. And then bottom-up drivers, which is to do being responsive to the public, to communities. That is what you get. That's the most dynamic system. And at the moment, still, and as I say, it's great to hear the commitment from NHS England and from the department, but still it feels like it's too top-down to be dynamic in the way that we want it to. And so for us at the Confederation, it's supporting NHSE, supporting the department in moving towards that more devolved way of working. But it's also a challenge for us as the Confederation. How do we become part of that lateral effort to drive change and improvement? So that's why I'm proud that we're announcing this week a partnership with the Health Foundation, with their Q network around improvement. We're doing more and more work on leadership development. We want to be a player supporting you, supporting our members in driving improvement and change in a health system which feels more dynamic and balanced in the way that it works. But ultimately, if we're talking about empowerment, and this brings me to my fifth and final point, ultimately when we're talking about empowerment, what matters most is empowering the people that we serve. And that's why I think the fifth thing that we need to agree about and to talk about in the context of this 75th birthday is a new social contract with the public. 75 years ago, the health service set out with a paternalistic medical model. We were the experts, the public were passive, we would cure them. That was the simple model. We all know now that it works very differently to that. We know the vital importance of patients feeling a sense of agency and control in their treatment. We know how so many of the things that are important to the sustainability of the health service, whether it's anticipatory care or patient-initiated follow-up or virtual care or shared care, these all depend upon patients being partners with us. And I was just reminded of this just a few minutes ago. Remember during COVID, in the heart of COVID, we said we must learn the lessons of COVID. And I don't know, we seem to have forgotten that. Maybe it's Partygate, maybe it's kind of culture wars over lockdown, I don't know. But, in COVID, millions of people, nearly everybody, they made major sacrifices to protect their own health and the health of other people. People undertook diagnostic tests at home. People, of course, went out and got vaccinated. In the health service, basically leaders in localities were allowed to get on with it, to respond in the best way. We realized that in order to make an impact in the most disadvantaged communities, we had to reach out into people who had reasons not to trust us, not to have that sense of agency. So we've got to go back to some of that learning as we think about how we empower people in the health service. So that new social contract is fundamentally about the fact that we need to offer more and we need to empower more. We published a report with Google Health just the other day about technology. People often talk about people being fearful of technology. Actually, overwhelmingly, patients, and this included patients with long-term conditions, said that they wanted to use technology as a way of supporting their care. But they also said they wanted to be involved in designing that technology, that it should be user-friendly, that clinicians should spend time with them explaining how it worked. So if we want a sustainable health service for the future and also the most effective health service, we need to change that conversation. At every level, we need the public to understand that the health service cannot thrive, it cannot be there for them, unless it is a partnership between those of us who provide the service and between the public themselves. And if we get that partnership, that dynamic partnership, then an enormous amount is possible. Now, I think if we do these things, if we have a strategy for health rather than just policies for the NHS, if we get the proper sustained investment that we need, if we can shift resources upstream into primary prevention community settings, if we can invert the pyramid to truly empower managers, clinicians, leaders to work in collaboration to find local solutions, and if we can develop that social contract with the people, then we can achieve something amazing. And that is that we can grasp those opportunities that technology is going to bring and is already bringing. Those opportunities for the personalization of care to empower people, but we can do that while holding fast to the thing that people most care about, and that is the principle of equity that lies at the heart of the health service. So I think we need to take this 75th birthday opportunity to develop a shared vision, to communicate that vision with the public, to win that argument about what we need. And I think that if we do that, there's no reason at all why the NHS cannot once again be the best health service in the world. Thank you. So whenever I speak, I always say, does anyone want to ask a question? And no one ever does want to ask a question. It's a real issue I've got. So does anybody want to ask a question? See, it always happens. Oh, yes. Oh, thank you. Oh, there's a mic coming.
Thank you very much. What gives you hope and joy with the future of the NHS, and what keeps you awake at night and you worry about?
Lots of things give me hope. Actually, visits. To be honest, most Fridays I go out of town. I'm so old and tired by the time I get to Friday that I just need to go and sit somewhere and listen to people and watch people and not have to say anything or do anything. And the visits that I undertake, they're really inspiring. The people that I meet. Going to Russia just yesterday, just a fantastic team. And actually, do you know what? It's both things at once, because I go to that team in that primary care centre, doing fantastic stuff in an incredibly challenging community. As I said, GP telling me that 1 in 4 of her patients, it's really a housing problem. Doing amazing work, but yet they told me they've got, I think, 15 GPs, they've got 9 GP vacancies. They've, despite the fact that it's a fantastic centre with great sense of commitment, it's really hard to retain people. And so actually, wherever I go, I see the two sides of the same coin. Everywhere I go, I see really amazing things happen, and then people go, but it's more difficult than it ought to be. So I think they're always, I don't think there's kind of two worlds. I think they're the same world. Every time I talk to a leader, they say, we're doing this really good stuff. I want to share this, I want to share that. And then they'll say, but it's quite difficult dealing with all the targets coming down on us. We haven't quite got, I'm a bit worried about the money, etc., etc. That is, I'm afraid those are both sides of the story that I hear. But I do get my greatest joy from actually meeting people in the front line. Yeah. Any others? Yes.
How do you see patients and unpaid carers being part and equal in this new vision?
Yes, I think that's absolutely vital. Without unpaid carers, then everything would just completely fall apart. And I think if you're a carer, you often feel taken for granted. I think we have even kind of perverse incentives that the more that you care, a state that is overstretched feels that it can pull back because you're providing the care. That's why I talk about this new social contract. I think we have to think very differently about our relationship with patients, with communities. And I think that is all sorts of things. It's about how we design services. It's about how we provide those services in ways which make sure that people have a voice and can be listened to. And there are simple things. Our primary care system is under enormous pressure, but we know that if GPs spend longer time with people, that actually those people are less likely to come back in the future because it's a better conversation. They've heard more, they understand each other, people have been more empowered. That's that moment GPs talk about, that when someone's just about to leave the room, they go, oh, just one more thing. So understanding that the investment you need to make up front in people, whether it's in a GP consultation or whatever it is, spending that extra bit of time with people, listening to people, can make a huge difference to that sense of empowerment. And, this is what we got from the technology work we did. If you spend time explaining to people how the technology works, don't just say, well, there's an app, but spend a bit of time for them understanding the app, how you would use it. It makes an enormous difference. And then once people have got it, I've spoken to people who've received virtual care, and they said, well, at the beginning, the idea that I could, cope at home or that, was challenging, but now that's absolutely how they want to have their care. It's not about putting more. Sometimes I talk about social contract with the public because this is about telling the public off. It's not at all. Actually, if you engage people in that and they feel a sense of agency, they actually enjoy it. I mean, we know, don't we, that for the public, the experience of care is as important as the outcome. And critical to that experience is having a sense of agency and actually being trusted and being seen as an expert yourself. And who is more expert about care than the person themselves? I think I've got time for... Oh, yeah, I've got... Oh, the 1, 2... Should I take 3? There's one here, there's one there. Oh, well, I'll take the next 3, yeah.
Hello, thank you. Dan Wellings from the King's Fund. So, around the social contract, there's the real challenge, isn't there, that the polling data often says more of the same, more GPs, more hospitals. And I agree with you about changing that conversation. But with an election coming, and where politicians are looking at what people are saying they need, who leads that conversation? How do you meaningfully have that? And how do you bring politicians into that conversation so you're not just starting it from here, you're starting it from actually it needs cover from the top?
Okay. Can I remember 3 questions? This is the really big... I've got that one. I'll take 2 more. Oh dear, it's Richard. This is going to be tough.
Well, there will be a question buried somewhere in this anyway, Matthew. I struck actually by what you said right at the end, which didn't quite resonate with what you said earlier, which was about developing a vision and then communicating it to the public. And I suppose I would say is you shouldn't need to communicate it to the public because they should have been part of determining what the vision is going to be. That leads me into my question is you've just been talking about patients and about care needs, and you're also talking about upstreaming. One of the most fundamental bits about the Health and Care Act it is that we should now be talking about people, some of whom will be patients or needers of care at some point, but they're people all the time. And indeed, one of the fundamental objectives is for people not to become patients. How do we stop talking simply about patients and turn it into a discussion about people?
Okay, thank you.
So I've got the mic at the back.
Okay, great.
Just waving. So I'm a Chief Medical Officer at the ICB. I haven't heard much about health inequalities today, and what I really would ask the Confed to help us lead sort of proportionate universalism. I think we need to change the funding mechanism in the country because it doesn't seem to match the need of our communities we're looking after. So thank you.
Yeah, let me try and do it in reverse order. So yes, I hear that quite a lot, and I heard that yesterday when I was in Russia. I think we do need to think about how it is that we're distributing funding and whether we're fully understanding the greater pressures that exist on services in areas where people, it's not, as I said at the beginning, it's not just about health provision, but it's about the broader challenges that those communities face. Tackling health inequalities is one of the core targets, objectives of all the Confederation's work. And I guess I talked about it a bit, but this for me is why it's so important to articulate this vision now, because I worry that as the opportunities grow, the gaps will also grow. But I want to say this, I think sometimes, and I'm sure this isn't true of you, but I think sometimes we talk as though there are groups of people who don't have the capacity to be empowered, who don't have the capacity to have a sense of agency. And I think that whilst there are lots of people who face bigger challenges, they face racism or they face exclusion or they don't have digital skills or they understandably have issues around trust. It's not that they don't want to be ultimately empowered to feel a sense of agency and control. It's just that they need more support to get there. So I think when I talk about empowerment, you think, well, this is a kind of middle-class agenda, isn't it, about people, want to kind of have all the latest gizmos and all that kind of stuff. No, actually, in my experience, in all sorts of other areas as well, if you really want to tackle inequality, it is about empowering people and communities themselves to be part of the solution to the challenges that they face. And that would be part of how I want to respond to Richard's point as well. And look, there's something going on in the health service, and it's hard for us to talk about, but there is a democratization of the health service taking place. And it's taking place because we have now system and place bodies, and you're a system leader. And these bodies are bodies where local government and the third sector is there as a genuine partner, as representatives of the community. And I think it's a challenge for us as NHS organisations to realise we're no longer just existing in this kind of NHS world. We are now existing in a world with people who have a democratic mandate. And there's a lot, I would say, and I'm not just saying this because it's you, Richard, but there's a lot I think we can learn from our local government partners. Local government has had absolutely no money for the last 10 or 15 years, and they've had to have really difficult conversations with the public about what they can do and what they can't do, and the role of the public in enabling local government to provide services facing those kinds of pressures. And I think we can learn quite a lot from local politicians, for example, about how it is we engage the conversation engage the public in a more honest conversation. So I think some people find that democratization of the health service, the fact that we're working in partnership with elected people, with third sector community organizations, slightly threatening. I think it's fantastic. I think that has to be the future. And then finally, and to your point, well, I guess that's why I'm standing here and saying it, because we've got Wes coming up in a few minutes. I have no idea what he's going to say, but if he has questions, I encourage you to talk to him about these shifts, about what are we going to do to move resources upstream into primary and prevention and community? What are you going to do, Wes, to make sure that you're not just health secretary, but you're part of mobilizing the whole of government around our health? We have to. That's what the reason I'm speaking to people here is I think those of us in the health service who understand these challenges, who understand what we need for the long term, we have to get our act together and to say it and to keep saying it and to take the opportunity of 75th birthday to drive it home. We know that the public tends to be focused on narrower issues if they look at it through the lens of newspaper headlines. But as Richard knows, if you actually engage the public in things like citizens, juries, participation, they get this stuff. So we've got to be willing to take the conversation to the public and work with the public to have that long-term vision of a sustainable health service. And I'm really confident that if we do have those conversations, and now we've got new ways to have conversations with our partners, I really do think it's an argument we can win. Well, thank you all. Oh, I was just about to finish. No, but it's fine. No, one more question. Sorry, no.
This one? Sorry to delay you.
No, it's not me.
Shane Carmichael from Kaleidoscope Health and Care. Matthew, as a Northern Irish man working in England and Wales, I've always been struck by the potential and power of that three-country lens that the Confed have. I'm just really interested in your perspective on some of these challenges in Northern Ireland, in Wales, particularly opportunities for learning. So, thank you.
Yeah, it's a really good point, and we had our executive away day in Cardiff a couple of weeks ago, and we spent the first hour or so talking about the challenges in the health service in Wales. And and part of the learning is that other systems are doing things that you think would make a difference to your system, and they're not necessarily making the difference that you, like in Northern Ireland, you have health and care together, and a lot of people say, well, get health and care together, that will be a solution. Well, it shows that it's not a solution on its own, it's got to go with other things. So I think it's both an opportunity to learn from each other, and we're doing more and more of that. We just had a primary care event, I think the day before yesterday, bringing together people in England and Wales and Northern Ireland to learn from each other. We wanted Scottish colleagues to be there, but they weren't. But we'll keep trying, we'll keep knocking on that door. So yeah, I think there's a lot that we can learn from each other, both about what works, but also about not being simplistic about what the solutions might be, because solving problems is never about one thing. It's about a whole lot of things working together. I'd love to answer more questions, but if I go over the time, I'll be in terrible trouble with my colleagues. Thank you so much for coming and listening to me.
Our next session is a keynote address by scientist, writer and broadcaster Dr. Adam Rutherford. Please welcome to the stage the host of this session, Habib Naqvi, Chief Executive of the NHS Race and Health Observatory.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying day 2 of the NHS ConfedExpo conference. An important ambition of the conference is to encourage thought-provoking discussions which can lead to long-term transformational change. I'm hoping that this session in particular will be an important contribution to doing exactly that. In health and care, we know that much work is underway to identify and tackle ethnic and racial inequalities in health and racism. And some of the work we're doing within my own organization, the NHS Race and Health Observatory, is working on that mission. With this in mind, I'm delighted to introduce this keynote address from Dr. Adam Rutherford. Adam is a geneticist and broadcaster with expertise in genetic science and implications of genomics and biomedical research. He is a Sunday Times best-selling author, having published numerous books, including Control, the Dark History and Troubling Present of Eugenics, and How to Argue with a Racist, something that many of us have to do on a daily basis. He is also written and carried out many documentaries for the BBC. He's a presenter of Start the Week on Radio 4. We will shortly hear from Adam, and if you would like to pose questions for him, please get involved. Have a look at the Slido on the NHS ConfedExpo app, and we will do our best to get through as many of the questions as possible. But before then, please, can you join me in welcoming Adam Rutherford to the stage?
Thank you, Habib, and thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. So as he said, I am a geneticist. I'm not a healthcare provider. I've never worked for the NHS. That's not true. I was an intern at Great Ormond Street during my PhD. That doesn't really count, does it? And my work has ended up being in a sort of liminal space between being a primary researcher and what the public understanding of genetics is. And that inevitably, in genetics, means that in the last few years I've focused on the history of our field, which is a pernicious history because it includes the invention of race, the invention of scientific racism, and the structures of the society, the structurally racist society in which we continue to live today. I thought this was an hour-long session, and this was a 40-minute talk. Turns out it's a 40-minute session, and I've just wasted a minute talking about that. So I'm going to really hammer through this. Now, when I say that biology, and by extension, medicine and psychology and statistics, these are academic areas, and by a slight extension, the health services as we see them today, that they emerged in parallel, no, not in parallel to the invention of race and scientific racism, but instead in service of scientific racism. When I say that to a group of historians, they nod in agreement. This is an uncontroversial thing to say. When I stand in front of geneticists or other biologists or sometimes doctors, I teach at UCL and teach at the medical school there, they often look absolutely perplexed or actually deny that that is true. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to talk for the first 40 minutes about the history of scientific racism, and for the second hour, I'm going to talk about the legacies of the fact that we live in a society where those structures that were invented in the 17th century continue to persist to this day. And I want the title there, I want you to go all the way through this with those two thoughts in your heads, two provocations by me, that one, all data is biased, and secondly, that all science is political. Again, when I say this to scientific audiences, they sometimes balk at that as a suggestion. Science is meant to be pure and above the grubby politics and psychological biases that people lug around with them. But I will argue that the biology specifically, and as a result medicine, and as a result society and healthcare provision, is inherently biased, is inherently structurally racist, and is inherently political. Now, I want to just say a quick thank you to Wayne Farrer and the BME Leadership Network, because he's the guy who got me in to talk to you guys on several occasions, and that's been a very fruitful relationship and one that we're nurturing and hoping to continue. But more than that, I want to thank him for introducing me yesterday to one of my great heroes, someone that you've seen on this platform before. It would be inappropriate for me to use this platform simply to promote my books, but John Barnes sent me this picture yesterday. And I sort of don't care what I say after this, because that happened. No, but I do want to say one other thing about a book that isn't out yet, but it's coming out in September, which is a children's version of How to Argue with a Racist. And many of you in the audience will recognize the weight of that title. But it's all very, I'm on radio, for selling books to middle-class, mostly white people about terrible things in society is quite easy, especially when you call it How to Argue with a Racist. Spoiler alert, it's not about how to argue with a racist. It's a history of scientific racism. Subtitle, Genetics is Really Hard. But I suppose you could always attack them with it. It's got, the hardback is 34 minutes left. But where are you really from, I think, is much more important as a book, because this is introducing these concepts of structural racism and the history of our field, and this pernicious history, but positive trajectory of this history, that we are making progress. The arc of history tends towards progress. And so that's out in September, and I really think that I've lost count of the number of books I've written so far, but this one is the most important. Okay, so the history of scientific racism. The key phenotype, the key physical attribute that was the first defining feature that began to be the structure of classification of humans in the 18th century was, of course, pigmentation. And I know that now that we have somewhat moved on from this as being a prime determinant of how we talk socially about the idea of race, but back in the 17th and 18th century, a group of proto-scientists and the emerging field of biology, notably with one man, Carl Linnaeus, used this particular phenotype, skin color, as a primary determinant for the classification of humans. Now, if you don't know who Carl Linnaeus was, he is effectively the father of biology. His system of classification, the binomial system, Homo sapiens, I literally can't think of another species right now, other species, that system was invented by him, by Carl Linnaeus, a Swedish naturalist, in the 18th century, in 10 volumes of his work, Systemae Naturae. It is the system that we continue to use today as the classification system universally in biology. Now, in the 10th edition, which came out in 1869, he introduced human classifications, a subspecies grouping of humans. Now, just a quick warning, this is 18th century language and it's 18th century racism. It is fair to say that everyone was more racist in the past. This is, I think, is still quite shocking. And as a historian, we don't judge people by contemporary standards, but we look and contextualize their views by comparing them with others. But Linnaeus' first categorization of humans in the 1769 version of Systemae Naturae included 4 subspecies of humans. And I'll show 3 of them on this slide here. You can see Americanus, Asiaticus, and Africanus. The first word is the skin color description. Americanus, so people indigenous to the Americas, have red skin. Asiaticus, from broadly what we call South and Southeast Asia now, yellow skin. Africanus, sub-Saharan African people, have black, silky skin. And then there's a quick description of hair as well. But you will have read ahead and see that the rest of what follows in the founding documents of biology are unequivocal racist value judgments. Now, this is the founding document of biology. This is the system that we still use today. We have abandoned these particular subspecies categories, but this is the foundation of biology. What was absolutely crucial about this system that he invented was not just that these are classifications, a taxonomy, but these are hierarchical classifications. Because the 4th category, of course, is Europaeus, who are white-skinned with blue eyes, gentle, acute, and governed by laws. Now, in what follows, it starts with Linnaeus, and many, many scientists over the next few years try to refine and redefine human classification systems right the way into the 20th century, and without exception, all of them are not simply classifications, they are hierarchical classifications with white Europeans being supreme. This is literal white supremacy, and it is the basis, the founding of biology, of evolutionary thought, which is replaced in a few decades later with Darwinian thought. And it is obviously absurd. You can see that the classification system of using skin color is absurd in and of itself. The other things, the other criteria for classifying humans also are absurd and unequivocally racist. And just to really hit home with the absurdity of this, in a later edition, he included a fifth subspecies of humans, Homo sapiens monstroso, which included feral children, alpine dwarfs, wolf children, and mono-orchid Hottentots. When I say mono-orchid Hottentots, I think is one of my favorite sentences I've ever typed in a book, but it does require some explanation. Orchis is the Greek word for testicle. The root of an orchid is shaped like a man's ball. And so a mono-orchid is a man that has one ball, and a Hottentot is an archaic word for people of the Khoikhoi or Khoisan. So Linnaeus had decided in his foundational work of biology that Khoikhoi men with one bull were a separate species from other human beings. Now, obviously, that is something that we can laugh at, but this is the degree to which classification of humans was all-pervasive at this time in the 18th century. There are, in the longer version of this lecture, which goes on, well, actually, I run a course, which is you can come to UCL and I'll do it for 20 hours if you want. But there are many people, many of the great thinkers of the Western canon, the founders of Western philosophy, are also part of this scheme in order to classify humans. It was the hot-button scientific topic of the day. Voltaire is one of them, just pick one. Voltaire had such extreme views that he believed that sub-Saharan African people were a different species and shouldn't be classified as Homo sapiens, and that quote you can read for yourself. Johann Blumenbach was a German scientist and quite influential in this field for one reason I'll talk about now and one that I'll come on to later, because he's the first person that introduced metrics, so actually measuring things, because Linnaeus and the other Voltaires of the world at this time were simply making observations from their armchairs in Paris or London or Uppsala in Linnaeus's case. Blumenbach was sent 60 skulls from around the expanding colonies and empires in the 18th century. And he took measurements and he worked out that there were actually 5 subspecies of humans based on these craniometries. Now, I don't need to point out that these are fallacious now, but it's an interesting step change because it is the introduction of metrics into classifications of humans that really starts with Blumenbach. And many other people continue to do this for the next few decades. Now, when you get to Darwin, in 1859, he publishes The Origin of Species, the most important book that anyone's ever written. And he doesn't mention humans. And I like the fact that you didn't contest that at all. You just agreed with that. Well done. The second most important book ever written is his attempt to apply evolutionary theory to humans in The Descent of Man, which was published in 1871. Now, in this, he describes natural selection and evolution by natural selection and applies it to human classification systems. And in doing so, he recognized, now remember that Darwin was very well traveled. He spent 6 years traveling around the world and in the 1830s in order to construct his ideas of evolution. So he met many of the people of the world. And he was a progressive and an abolitionist and a liberal, and he had many views which were very typical for the 19th century. But he did point out the folly of these classification systems and how no one could agree how many races there were. All of our greatest thinkers ranged in classifications of humans between 1 and 63. He goes on to say that he can't imagine that any of these are true. And in fact, these characteristics, these physical and behavioral characteristics, which others had used to define, classify, and taxonomize humans, he couldn't imagine that they were fixed, that they were discrete, that they wouldn't blend into each other, that different groups of people would change their physical and behavioral attributes if they subsequently mated and mix. What he was arguing against was the foundation of scientific racism that had preceded and started with Linnaeus, which is the idea of essentialism, right? That there are essential characteristics for groups of people, and these are immutable. They cannot change, and therefore this race is discrete from this race, and they cannot be, they cannot change. And what Darwin was saying is that is obviously not true, because evolution occurs. We are four-dimensional beings, and we are all transitional. And he was prefiguring what would become the defining dismantling of the idea of scientific racism that occurred in the 20th century with the advent of genetics. So we have this pernicious history, but we're moving into this celebratory trajectory because in the 20th century, we begin to understand the true metric of human variation, which is not morphological and is not in physical phenotypes or behavioral phenotypes. It is in our DNA. The first example of this came with the first molecular analysis of any gene, really, in humans, which was the ABO blood group by husband and wife team Hirschfeld and Hirschfeld in 1919. And what they did is they looked at blood types in soldiers, groups of soldiers just after the First World War. And they hypothesized that what they would see is that these blood types would segregate with the traditional racial categories that the various people from the previous 2 centuries had been outlining. And the results were, as scientists want to do, the opposite of that. What they saw is there were 2 discrete types, molecular markers, and these are the alleles for the ABO blood groups. But they didn't segregate according to geographical landmasses. They did not segregate according to the racial taxonomies that had been the universal idea of human taxonomy and classification for the previous 200 or 300 years. What they hypothesized was that there were, in fact, 2 ancestral types, 2 ancestral races of people, and that they had subsequently mixed across the world. Now, that did actually, in 2014, turn out to be kind of true, but the 2 ancestral types for the ABO blood groups actually were in an early ancestor of macaques from about 14 million years ago, so well before the origin of our species. Now, we sometimes talk about how humans are an African species, which is true, but it requires some unpacking to see the strength of that argument as to why it is true. We often show maps like this. I call them Dad's Army maps. That works for audiences like you, but when I'm teaching to undergraduates, they look at me like I'm a fool. I made a Top Gun reference in a lecture the other day. Nothing. And what we see here is that on the continent of Africa, from about 500,000 years ago, we see the emergence out of Africa about 100,000 years ago of a population which subsequently spreads around the world, eventually reaching New Zealand as the last significant landmass populated by humans. And that process occurs over about 100,000 years into the present. And it is true in the broadest sense, but I find them deeply disingenuous and deeply unhelpful for trying to understand how human evolution actually works. The out of Africa hypothesis is our best working hypothesis for the origin of Homo sapiens. It is, however, much more complicated than simply what this map purports to say. We now think that humans are a sort of pan-African species, that multiple different types of humans emerged on the whole continent of Africa, and the earliest fossil specimens of which date from about 315,000 years ago in Morocco, the specimens from Jebel Irud. Earlier studies were slightly later in their date, so about 200,000 years ago from the Rift Valley and places such as Ethiopia. But the rate here, we talk about migration now in politics, and we think of immigrants coming from different countries on small boats or the very highly politicized version of immigration. This is nothing like that. The rate of people leaving Africa during the Out of Africa event is something like 1 mile per 1,000 years. You know, you fall faster than that. But the language that we use says migration. In fact, they vaguely drifted out. The other thing worth mentioning as well is the population that left Africa may be as low as 5,000 or 10,000. It's a tiny proportion of humans that existed on Earth at that time. It is, in effect, what we call a founding event or a bottleneck. But what that means is everyone on Earth who is not of the recent African diaspora is a statistical anomaly, an outlier. And yesterday I was introduced to the term that I hadn't come across before, which is the global majority. And I think that is a useful representation of what the true story of human evolution actually is. But I don't like these maps. I don't think they tell us the story well. This is a better map produced by some of my colleagues at UCL, and what this is a map that is scaled to reflect genetic diversity. So what it shows is the land masses represent the amount of genetic diversity of the people who live on those land masses. And by genetic diversity, what I mean is the amount of similarities and differences measured at a genomic level. And what we see here, entirely unsurprisingly to the geneticist or evolutionary biologist, is that the most diverse continent on Earth is Africa. Almost all of human diversity is in the African continent. 85% of genetic diversity is maintained within people of the recent African diaspora or who live there. Which means that if you were to kill everyone who is not from the recent African diaspora, then humankind would be absolutely fine. But if you were to do it the other way around, we'd be fucked. That slipped out. Sorry about that. And a striking representation of this is that if you look genomically at individuals, what you will find is, and I need you to pay attention to this and repeat it, if you take a man or a woman from Ethiopia and a man or a woman from Ghana, then they will be more biologically different to each other than either one of them is to anyone else on the rest of the planet, including Aboriginal Australians or Chinese people or people from South America, right? So any two Africans are more different to each other than they are to anyone else on the rest of the planet. And this is entirely unsurprising if you look at the true metric of human similarities and differences, which is genetics. And so just to go back to those original conceptions of race that were based primarily on pigmentation, well, the first time we started looking at pigmentation genes in people from the African continent, which was about 10 years ago, which I think truly reflects quite how structurally racistly problematic science can be. The fact that we define humans initially biologically and continue to define them racially, socially, by using pigmentation, the first time we actually look at it is less than 10 years ago. And what we find, no surprises, is that there is more diversity in pigmentation genes in African people than in the rest of the world put together. And furthermore, we think that light skin is largely an adaptation to moving away from the equator, but what we also find is that pigmentation variation and diversity as measured by the genes involved in pigmentation, skin pigmentation, are much more varied and predate the existence of Homo sapiens by probably 500,000 years. So we get to this point where we can say the key line, which is that race is not biologically meaningful, but it is a social construct. Now, sometimes people push back against that and say, well, they use it as if that is a bad thing, or as if that undermines the concept of a social construct, which is an absurd thing to say, of course, because time is a social construct and money is a social construct, and you don't get people saying, well, I'm not going to pay you because it's not actually real. But you do get people saying, well, race is just a social construct. Pigmentation is an absolute terrible proxy for recognizing genomic diversity in people. And more broadly, beyond pigmentation, what we find is that the racialized groups that we use today, that we continue to use today in our practices and our lives, do not correspond usefully to inherited biological variations as measured by genetics. Now, the final point I think is really important. I'm beginning to move into the modern era, the legacies of which. I'm going to talk about my data sets. As I said, I'm not a healthcare professional. And I want you to think about some of the examples I'm going to give in reference to your own work, in reference to how you collect data, in reference to how you process data in categorizing people. That is a necessary part of medicine and indeed science. But what we find in genetics is that our data sets are astonishingly skewed towards people of European ancestry. There's a particular technique that we've been using since about 2005 called the Genome-Wide Association Study, where you look at a whole bunch of people and look at what similarities they have across their genomes. And it's a hugely powerful tool which really revolutionized in the post-genomic era what we can know about human genetics. And when it first started, we only had a few hundred genomes to look at. And what we found is that about 90% of them were of people from European ancestry. But what we now know is that now that we have literally tens of millions of genomes, because genome sequencing has become so cheap and easy to do, we now find that that number has gone up to about 92% of our genomes available in our data sets are from people of white European ancestry. Now, it's a real problem, right? It's a real problem because what we do in genetics is try to understand differences and similarities between people at a genomic level. And there's population genetics and there's evolutionary biology, but there's also the development of medicines and pharmacology and various other relationships with diseases and so on that are predicated on us having the broadest data sets available of humans. But the fact is that our data sets are so skewed towards the statistical anomaly of humankind, which is white Europeans, that we really are not representing anyone. We're really not representing the people of Earth at all. And what happens in the publication process is you start with a data set and you remove all the confounders and you keep going and you take all of those things out. And hopefully, if you've done your job, those things will be in the paper, in the original research paper itself. But when it comes to talking about it, or it being reported in the news, or us actually making it to clinical practice or clinical utility, actually those confounders tend to vanish, and we start talking about how genomics, this is a genotype, phenotype relationship for humans, when in fact we don't know what it means for the majority of people on Earth, the global majority. Another aspect which is deeply problematic is the language that we use. Now, biologists are absolutely terrible at naming things. Right? We give them really stupidly complex names, or we give them names which are incredibly familiar to people. So we use words like, we don't really use race anymore, except in a historical context, but we use population and ethnicity and heritage and ancestry. And these are all used interchangeably, and they're also words that civilians, real people, use in the real world. And what we find when we study this, and I've written a couple of papers about this, is that the precise definitions of the words that we use to describe human similarities and differences in ancestry have different meanings in different fields. So in population genetics, ancestry and population can mean one thing which is subtly different from in medicine or forensic anthropology or medical genetics or cancer genetics, which means that we're not even speaking the same language when talking about this. Now, I don't have a proposed solution to this, but it's really important that we are alert to that in all of our practices, because without that clarity of communication, then we are talking about different things. There's some low-hanging fruit, words that we simply shouldn't use. I was in a session which was an in-conversation between genomics, Maxine McIntosh, who's at Genomics England, and she was talking about the use of the word Caucasian, the continued use of the word Caucasian, which is more often than not a proxy for white European. But it is an extremely problematic word. It really has no scientific basis at all, yet it populates our pull-down menus and self-descriptions of ancestry. And also it carries with it, so there's no scientific validity, but it carries with it the weight of scientific racism. Caucasian was a word that was invented by Johann Blumenbach, that first guy who measured the skulls and came up with those racial classifications. And he really was referring to white female beauty. So why do we continue to use this word in our scientific literature? Well, we really shouldn't. By the way, that graph has not been updated since the beginning of the pandemic, hence the drop-off. That's not what it looks like today. Now, this is the most important slide. Race is socially constructed, which means that the racial categorizations that we use today are built from historical, economic, and cultural facets, and they have no particular biological utility. But race is not biologically meaningful, but it does have biologically meaningful consequences. And that is because science is not exempt from society. The structural racisms of society are part of science and medicine and indeed the NHS as well. And these are the things we have to be super conscious of. But I would argue that there is no place where they are more strong, the biological consequences of the social construction of race are more strongly felt than in clinical practice, than in medicine itself. And that's why I'm standing on this stage, and that's why I will continue to work with you guys to help develop better practices and better understanding. I believe that the first place to correcting these types of pernicious ideas is to actually know the history itself. 11 minutes. All right. So I'll just whip through these. You'll know most of these. These are some slides that I sometimes use with my undergraduates, and they know them most as well. But what we do know about race and disease, so we can categorize people, we can cluster people according to families and ancestry, but they do not correlate with race, and they often do not have a necessary, essentialist biological underpinning to them. But we do have to categorize people. We tend to do this visually, and that's why pigmentation has been, for several centuries, the main way in which classification has occurred. But we also know, and it would be intellectually dishonest to deny this, that different diseases affect different racialized groups differently. I use the word racialized because it is an imposition on people rather than an inherent structure. And these differences can be biologically influenced. We also know that because race is a social construction, these disparities can be amplified because of those socioeconomic disparities. And they can either reinforce or exacerbate the racialization of disease, which in some cases does have a biological underpinning, but not in an essentialist way. So a couple of examples that you will be familiar with, but I think it's worth unpicking very quickly. Populations that can show a high propensity to diseases or resistance to diseases. Tay-Sachs is important in this, and some of you will have come across patients with Tay-Sachs or babies with Tay-Sachs in your clinical work. The reason I talk about it is because it's the first racialized disease. It was discovered independently by researchers in London and New York, Drs. Tay and Sachs, and exclusively discovered in Ashkenazi Jewish families with a high degree of consanguinity. Now, it is a genetically recessive disease which you expect to re-emerge in highly consanguineous populations or groupings because of shared ancestry. But the extent to which this was racialized as a Jewish disease was that it was named the Jewish disease in the 1880s. That about the same time, 1885, a family was diagnosed with exactly the same symptoms, the same phenotypes. This is a foveal scan, one of the symptoms you see in young babies. And because they weren't from a Jewish family, it was given a different name. Right? Now, of course, that is a time of rampant anti-Semitism, and now we have a much better understanding of the etiology of the disease itself. And so we can say that it never was a Jewish disease. It did occur at higher frequency in Ashkenazi Jewish families, but it also occurred in loads of other ethnic or ancestral groupings. So it certainly didn't reinforce the notion of biological essentialism of race. Sickle cell is, of course, one of the standards, and one that we study the most and the one that we talk about the most. And I know that conversations have been happening over the last 24 hours about patients and groups with sickle cell. Now, I know you all know sickle cell is a mutation in the beta-globin gene, but it is a recessive disease, which means that if you have one copy of the point mutation, then you have sickle cell trait, which is not without symptoms, but is not nearly as serious as if you have two alleles for sickle cell, in which case you have sickle cell disease, which is an awful disease. But upon discovery, it was characterized as a black disease. It occurred at higher frequency in descendants of the enslaved in North America, at the beginning of the 20th century. And I know you know the punchline to this, of course, is that it is not a black disease at all. When you map the allele frequency of sickle cell trait and sickle cell disease and overlay it on a map of where malaria is endemic, what you see quite clearly is that it is not a black disease, it is a malarial disease, because sickle cell trait is protective against malarial infection, and sickle cell disease is the evolutionary cost of that protection. And what we actually see is the same frequency of sickle cell trait and disease in every area of the world where malaria has been endemic during evolutionary history. This is a slide I love showing. I won't play this out in this group because the room is too large, but the first line is just oh, look at that, my words are coming up live on stage. I did not know that happened. Did the swear word go up there? Did anyone get a picture of that? Damn it. Yeah, this is a very hard moment for me. Oh, fuck it. So this is a very serious point, so I don't know what you're laughing about. So we have so much data. North America has been studying the racialization of medicine for a long time, perhaps in more detail than in the UK. And so some of the reference points I have are for African-American descendants of the enslaved. So we know that the higher mortality rates in 8 out of the 10 leading causes of death are higher in African-Americans. Now, the next stat after this is from a study in the 90s, but has been replicated in 2000. Infant mortality for women who are descendants of the enslaved is double the rate that it is for people who are descended from Europeans. Now, when I talk about this in lectures, I offer a free book to anyone who can answer the one social organization that exists in America where that statistic is equilibrated. I know that some of you, I did a talk for you guys last year, so some of you know the answer to this, and I'm not going to do it now, but I want you to have a think about it for a second, because it's so obvious when it's pointed out. And the reason why it's so obvious is a good NHS reason. That terrible statistic is absolutely equilibrated in one organization in the Americas, and that is the military. Now, why would that be? Because access to healthcare in the military is universal. That word, universal. It's almost like socialized medicine works. Now, in the last couple of minutes, yes, let me do this quickly. Now, all of these racial disparities hit the headlines again in March 2020 when COVID emerged on the scene. And very quickly, it was observed that people of the global majority in the UK and in America were more likely to be infected and to die as a result of COVID infection than those of a white European descent. The public conversation about that immediately began, and I, as someone who talks about race and genetics in public, was subject to this. Immediately in the newspapers, people began to reach for biological explanations, including things like vitamin D metabolism, which has antiviral properties. And vitamin D is expressed at differential rates in people with darker pigmentation, right? But we know that these racial categorizations are entirely socially mediated, and the biological differences between any two black people, let alone a black person and a Hispanic or Indian or Pakistani, are going to be huge. But the public conversation immediately went, this is biology, this is not social. And this is very frustrating. There were so many articles saying, is there a biological difference between these people, which explains these shocking rates? And maybe there is. A tiny proportion of that difference may be explained by biological variation. But it only will be a tiny proportion, because this is not unique to COVID. It is the same for all infectious diseases. We know that whilst many of us were locked down and sitting in our bedrooms or gardens and going to Zoom meetings, that many people were still out on the front lines in hospitals, being nurses, being bus drivers, doing the menial jobs that we don't do, or maybe not in this room, you actually do those jobs. So apologies to you. But didn't have the opportunity to lock down, were on the front line. And those people, because of socioeconomic disparities and the socialization of race, meant that they live in urban city centres with multi-generational families and with less access to healthcare, and in some cases with more hostility to healthcare for very understandable historical reasons. And yet the public conversation immediately goes, it's biology, it's going to be something to do with vitamin D, when in fact we know the answer to this already and we know how to fix these problems. But no, we stretch for science and the credibility of science when in fact social mediation is the answer. Have I got time to do 3 more slides? Yes. All right. I just want to talk about data, right? So data bias. This is a map that you may have come across before. This is a map which shows the global IQ by country. And you can see the scale at the bottom that there are, that the average is, by definition, is 100, and that you can see that there are countries in Africa that have, according to these data, average IQs that are 2 standard deviations lower than the average. Now, anyone who knows anything about IQ, which I do think is a valid metric, as long as you understand what it is and how it can be deployed, that would figure that a country with an average IQ in the 60s is not functional. So we immediately think, well, this is probably bogus. And indeed, it is. So when you dig into the data, this data set, by the way, we track the publications that use this data set, which was formulated by a known scientific racist called Richard Lynn. I'm happy to say that in public. This data set has been cited in hundreds of papers and continues to be cited in papers to this day. But when you dig into the provenance of the data itself, let's look at some examples. Botswana, average IQ, national IQ of 69.5. You can look at the rest of them for yourself. But when you look at where the data comes from, Botswana was a single sample of 104 Tswana-speaking people, children, tested in English. Somalia, 8 to 18-year-olds tested in a refugee camp, also in English. Namibia, 103 non-English speaking children tested in English, aged 7 to 12. And for Haiti, rural 6-year-olds and 54 individuals with a mean age of 10. Now, this is part of the academic literature. The provenance of this data is absolute bullshit. And yet here it is, structured in our academia, quoted hundreds of times in the academic literature. So I got two things to finish off with. Let me just reiterate the point that data is never neutral. And this is a slide which I think is important when considering any data set that you are working with, or any grouping of people, or any pharmaceutical trial. Who is acquiring the data? How is it being acquired? Who owns and curates it? Who is using it, and what are their purposes? Who does it represent? Were they involved in its collection? And who benefits from its use? This should be the 10 Commandments, 6 of them, for data collection, and they should be universally applied. Now, just finally, just to reiterate some of the things I was saying before we go to questions, it is my contention that science and medicine are structurally racist because society is structurally racist. And what we choose to study, how it's funded, who does the work, who we treat with what drugs, these are all effectively political questions. Now, to say that society is structurally racist, this is not woke or political correctness. Nevertheless, it gets denied by our leaders. It's a plain fact, a demonstrable, evidence-based fact, and it's one that I think we should acknowledge dispassionately, right? Just acknowledge that this is the reality of living in our society. And the reason for it is because we live in the legacy of a structurally racist past, much of which was born out of the invention of race by racists in the 18th century. Now, I mean, I'm preaching to the choir here in saying this, but science and medicine and the NHS exist in the service of people. And these are all three endeavors for which humans need universal access to them. So if we are not doing that, if we are not providing universal healthcare or scientific research or data to everyone, then we are not serving science, medicine, or humanity. And so let me just leave you with a phrase from the great philosopher and thinker Angela Davis, because this should be not an add-on to our work, it should be inherent to everything that we do. In a racist society, it is not enough to be non-racist. You have to be anti-racist. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Adam. Rich learning, rich narrative, and sometimes colourful narrative.
Yeah, sorry about swearing.
As well. We've got approximately 7 minutes to ask questions. Please go on to Slido, post your questions, or put your hands up if you've got a question in the audience. I will kick off with the questions first, if I may, just following up on your final slide, Adam, and also, I guess, preempting the next session in this room with the Secretary of State. In a political environment where debates around race have, in some respects, grown more diverse, more kind of centralized over recent years, what advice do you have for leaders, particularly in the NHS, to address structural discrimination, bias, and racism?
Well, I mean, it does sound self-serving, but know the history. I think the starting point is to know the history, because in order to understand why we are in the situation that we're in, it's important to understand the etiology of it. And so knowing that history, I don't know whether any of you found that surprising or you knew it already, some of the details perhaps, and there are, you know, there's a huge body of literature on the history of scientific racism. But the odd thing is it doesn't come out of medicine, and it doesn't come out of science. It comes mostly out of historians. And I think to know one's history, people don't go into medicine, people don't go into science in order to learn that history. They do it in my field because they're nerdy about genes or they want to, work on cancer. I no longer think that is good enough. I think that is, and this is what we do, and this is part of my role at UCL and many universities around the country and indeed the world. It is now. It is becoming more part of the basic curriculum to learn this history. Because it is pernicious, but it is celebratory in its trajectory. So when it comes to the political conversations, well, I mean, it's an odd thing, Parliament, isn't it? That there are so many Oxbridge graduates and so many historians in them, but they seem so ignorant of how history works. So when you get our Prime Minister saying you can't rewrite history, that is literally the opposite of what is true. History, by definition, is rewriting what has already happened. What he means is you can't rewrite the past, but history is the contextual analysis of what has already happened by contemporary standards. So rewriting history is what historians do. So in culture wars conversations, when politicians stand up and say you can't say this or you can't rewrite history, and it's whatever the word du jour is about that, they are literally saying the opposite of what is true. That doesn't answer your question, but who's the next guy?
Exactly.
I've got a book I can give him.
I'm going to go to a signed book, I hope.
A kid's book.
I'm going to go to the audience. I'm conscious of time. I'm sure there are plenty of questions in the audience. If you want to put your hand up to ask a question, please do. One at the front.
Hey, did you know there's good data which shows that in question and answer sessions after public talks, that if a woman asks a question first, then more women will ask questions, and if a man asks questions, then women tend not to. So since I learnt that in 2014, I've insisted that the first question came from a woman.
Oh. There you go. There's one in the middle.
Adam, thank you so much for that. My name's Kate. I'm from the Health Ombudsman. But briefly...
I can't see you.
I'm here.
Oh, hi.
I am very short. Briefly, a while ago, I was a historian of medicine, so this is absolute music to my ears. There was one thing I just wanted to probe a bit more. You talked about progress, the arc of history hurtling towards progress. And I just wanted to challenge that very gently. Very gently.
I didn't say hurtling, I said bends.
Bending towards progress. And ask if you could say a little bit more about why you think that's the case, but also offer some inspiration about what we in this room could do to actually make sure that that is true.
Yeah, sure. So, well, I don't think it's controversial to say that we live in a less racist society than 10, 15, or 100 years ago. The idea of scientific racism and race essentialism was pretty much universally held in the late 19th century, and that was the foundation of ideologies such as eugenics, which is also the field from which genetics emerges. I think that we can see that progress has happened in other, and I think it's important to be intersectional about this. We can see progress that's happened within our lifetimes in things like homophobia. But these are constant progresses. They're constant questions. So I think we can take solace in the fact that we are less bigoted than our ancestors. When I leave today, I'm going to the BBC to pitch a new series. I shouldn't be saying this in public. With a psychologist called Julia Shaw, which is going to be, we don't have a title for it yet, but it's What Will We Be Cancelled For? Right? So I spent a lot of time telling people how awful everyone was in history and how everyone was racist and a bit of a shit. But our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren will look back and they will say, can you believe that? And I think that's a really interesting question to explore. That doesn't answer your question. What can we take? What was the other bit? Prioritize it. It has to be, it cannot be a bolt-on. It cannot be an added extra. It can't be a thing that you think of after you've done some of your work. Now, that's partly on you as individuals, but it has to come from leadership. It has to come from the recognition that this isn't a tick box for an EDI commission, right? It cannot be that we insist that these people have impartiality training or unconscious bias training, and therefore the problem has gone away. Because that is what happens in large organizations. I can't speak to what happens in the NHS, but I know that happens in the BBC, and I know that happens in universities. And so it's all part of the... One of the things that I found very effective at working at UCL was a qualitative study, which data scientists sort of make faces at qualitative studies. But just asking undergraduates and graduate students to anonymously document examples of racisms and other forms of bigotry that they had experienced, just single sentences. And when we shared that document with senior management and the senior faculty, they were genuinely shocked because often it's them. It's microaggressions and things that happen that they're not aware of. Sometimes it was sort of overt racisms. But, knowing your history, being aware of the problem. But I think the key thing is this is not optional. It's not a tick box.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the clock is flashing at 0, so we have run out of time. It's been fantastic having you with us and taking us on that journey of genetic science and the implications of genomics, biomedical research on race and racism. Can I please ask the audience to give you a very warm round of applause? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next keynote is from the Right Honourable Steve Barclay MP, Secretary of State for Health and Social Care. Please welcome to the stage the host of this session, Matthew Taylor, Chief Executive of NHS Confederation.
Thank you, everyone. Well, thank you for joining us at this year's ConfedExpo. Of course, we go on for a couple of hours after this session, but it is an opportunity to thank you for coming. It's been a really powerful session in which people have been learning and sharing together at a really important context. The 75th birthday of the NHS next month, the context of having come through a tough winter, stretching targets for us in the period ahead, the enormous opportunities of innovation that we've been talking about so much. But it's also actually these 2 days been important days for the health service in terms of policy. We've seen the response by the government to the Hewitt Review and the Health and Care Select Committee report, and today a new NHS mandate. And we welcome both those documents in terms of the general direction towards seeking to devolve more power to have a more strategic and focused centre. So in that context, it's particularly welcome that we have with us the Secretary of State to deliver a keynote address. We're delighted that he's come to us today to share with us the government's vision for this vital period for the health and care system. Just a reminder that if you'd like to put your question to the Secretary of State, and we hope there'll be time for a couple of these at the end, please get involved via the Slido facility on the ConfedExpo app. If you can, please restrict your questions to health and care only, not broader politics. But before we get to questions, we're all looking forward to hearing from the Secretary of State. So please join me in welcoming the Right Honourable Steve Barclay. Thank you, Matthew.
Well, thank you, Matthew. It's great to be with you here today. Tuesday's incident in Nottingham has shocked us all. I'm sure everyone's thoughts have been with the families of those who have lost their lives so tragically and all who have been affected. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank in particular those in the NHS who responded, from the ambulance crews and the paramedics to the staff at the Queen's Medical Centre. I also recognise that this week brings additional challenges to many within the room in the context of the industrial action that we face. And I acknowledge this creates additional pressure for you and your teams. Many people will be working particularly hard to ensure the impact on patients is mitigated as far as possible. And I know this work comes after an incredibly challenging period. While the World Health Organization has announced that the COVID pandemic is officially over, its after effects are still very much being felt, including the scale of delays it has caused for patients waiting for treatment and the pressures on staff. Thank you to everyone across the health and care system for the way you're rising to meet these challenges. My motivation as Secretary of State is clear: to enable people to access the right care faster. Because when, for example, I think of cancer treatment, I'm thinking of the constituent in her 20s with a young daughter who was told not to worry about her symptoms, only to later find that the cancer had spread. I challenge myself as to what more I can do in this job to get the right treatment to people like her as fast as possible. That challenge sits at the heart of our 3 recovery plans. And whether it's electives, UEC, or primary care, patients are rightly demanding improvements. They also want to see care that is better joined up. And with our integrated care systems now taking proper statutory form, we are moving in the right direction. Last August, I visited the Jean Bishop Integrated Care Centre in Hull, which is one of a number of fantastic examples of how health and social care can come together under one roof. NHS staff, care workers, volunteers, all working to care for local people, including keeping thousands of frail and elderly patients out of hospital and helping them live at home with the independence and dignity they deserve. And with ICS now fully operational, we can make this type of approach more commonplace across the country. Despite the difficulties we face, there are signs of progress. On electives, we've virtually eliminated waits of over 2 years, and we've reduced 18-month waits by over 90%. But we know the overall number remains high. This has a material impact, like, for example, the self-employed worker who's waiting for their operation before they can return to work. And this is why we are taking further action to expand patient choice and making information on patient choice much more transparent. On urgent and emergency care, ambulance handover delays have improved, but again, we know it has been particularly difficult in the past few days. And in primary care, more appointments are being delivered by GPs and their wider clinical team, with on average an extra 20 per practice per day. But demand remains high. I recognise many in this room will have played a direct part in bringing these additional services to patients. And alongside these plans, I know other important work continues apace. Now, you will have heard yesterday from Amanda about the improvements in cancer treatment, including the doubling of cancer checks. And in the 21st century, with the technology at our disposal, we can go further. Thanks to your hard work, we're already moving in the right direction. And take lung cancer as one example. Through our screening programme, we are now seeing more diagnoses at stage 1 and stage 2 in the most deprived communities. And this is a positive step and a practical example of how we are addressing health inequalities. We've also made particular progress in areas like breast cancer. And research this week shows that most women diagnosed in England will beat the disease. Now we must build on this by getting people to have their life-saving tests, checks and scans more quickly, bringing those checks closer to people. And that is exactly what the community and diagnostic centres are an example of. There are now 108 in operation. They've delivered more than 4 million tests, checks and scans, and they will help us build on the hard-won gains in the years to come. Now, I wanted to briefly touch on tech, and I know there's nothing original about a Secretary of State fixated with tech. But for me, this isn't about tech for tech's sake. It's the way we get the right care to people quicker and do so at scale. Take, for example, the way we're expanding the NHS app. Contrary to what you may have heard from one speaker yesterday, over 2.4 million repeat prescriptions were ordered in April alone, alongside 250,000 primary care appointments that were booked on the app, with the numbers increasing rapidly. Tech is also the way we can tackle many of the frustrations that I hear from staff, and that I'm sure many of you in the room hear too. The reason I care about tech is simple. It improves outcomes and it helps you do your jobs. And let me say this, when budgets are tight, tech is often the first thing to go. That is not my approach. I am protecting the tech budget and those key investments that will help us in the long term, from ensuring every NHS trust uses electronic patient records and investing more in electronic bed management systems, to the significant investment we're making in our new data platform, to digitising the front line, from speeding up staff logins to staff passporting. Because I'm acutely aware that when it comes to tech, it is often how we make the job of local teams easier that is what really matters. Now, despite what some may have read, I believe strongly in devolving decision-making. Equally, I think that should sit alongside greater transparency. We need more devolved decision-making because it enables a place-based approach with decisions taken closer to patient need. But equally, there are areas of great innovation, but we have a challenge in how we scale those up so it is widely adopted. And this challenge is reflected in too wide a variation in performance between similar areas. For me, the opportunity is to devolve much more and to trust local decision makers, and in return, to expect more meaningful transparency. And let me give you a practical example of where I have applied this, even where it could have been uncomfortable. I listened to those suggesting we publish the number of patients waiting for 12 hours or more from arrival in emergency departments. And together with NHS England colleagues, we acted on that. And from April, we started publishing that information. This is particularly relevant in the context of mental health patients, who we know are at greater risk of longer waits in A&E, and that is why we're taking targeted action with the rollout of our mental health ambulances, the mental health cafes, and indeed the mental health crisis hubs. NHS leaders have been clear with me about what they want to see from the government: fewer targets and more trust in the system. As Matthew referenced, we published the new NHS mandate today, which reflects this. For over a decade, governments have used the mandate to make asks of the system. Sometimes these asks have been excessive, with long documents, with many pages, full of tests and targets. And I'm sure you won't be alone if you're sat there thinking, well, doesn't matter, I don't read it anyway. But what we've done this year is make it short and clear, setting out our priorities, cutting waiting lists, the 3 recovery plans, tech and workforce. It gives a clear direction and backs it up with the freedom and flexibility to deliver. We know that change happens when people are trusted, have a common purpose and are free to innovate. It was something, Matthew, you highlighted yesterday as a lesson coming out of COVID, and it's something I very much agree with. Trusting ICSs with greater freedom from devolved decision-making alongside meaningful transparency was one of the reasons we commissioned this Hewitt review, and I'd like to thank everyone who contributed to it. Before I wrap up, I just want to reflect that as we sprint to address the present, it will be easy to lose sight of the foundations we can lay now to build hope for the future. Some, such as the long-term workforce plan, have been well debated by colleagues in this room. It offers significant opportunities, not just to boost overall numbers, but to better use the full skills mix of staff, to deliver training and career progression in different ways. And there are other opportunities, such as the rapid developments in AI, which are exciting and fast-moving and generating much interest. One example of the work we're doing with AI in the department is how we can use AI to improve patient safety in maternity services. And we're also working closely with the life science industry to enable both population-level treatments and more bespoke and targeted medicine. And this is reflected in our recent deals with Moderna and BioNTech, Lord O'Shaughnessy's review to speed up and expand the adoption of clinical research trials, which we launched last month, and indeed the Chancellor's citing of life sciences as one of his key growth sectors. The NHS has changed massively over the last 75 years, all while remaining true to its founding principles. And COVID showed that we can deliver change very rapidly when it matters, and that trust in local systems to make decisions allows them the freedom to better adopt innovation. And it is this culture of innovation which gives us the strong foundations for the next 75 years. So in closing, I want to reinforce my message today on the importance of trusting integrated care systems more. What that means for you is greater freedom, fewer targets from the centre, more meaningful transparency on performance. That is the approach I am taking as we work with you on our shared challenge of making it easier for patients to access the care they need. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Stephen. I think that's a message that will be very much welcomed. Let me spin through a few questions that have come to us from members. I'm going to start with a really cheeky one. On a 10-point scale, when 10 is absolute certainty and 0 is absolutely no hope, how likely is it we'll see a long-term workforce plan before the 75th birthday of the NHS?
Well, it's great, Matthew, to hear that excitement and interest in it. I'd say sort of an 8 or 9.
An 8 or 9. We'll take that. Thank you. Obviously, there are folk outside the centre today protesting as part of the junior doctors' action. Steve, you know that the system has taken on, through the planning round with NHSE, some really stretching targets for performance and finance. And these strikes make those stretching targets even more difficult. What hope can you give us in terms of a way forward in that dispute? Because sitting on the outside of it, although of course we NHS employees as part of the Confed, it does feel the core issue, the money issue, it does feel quite intractable. Do you have any sense of hope that you can share with us?
Well, yeah, and I recognise, Matthew, I mean, it's in my interest, obviously, because of the 5 priorities that the Prime Minister has set out. The one that sits with me, cutting waiting times, obviously relies on us moving forward in terms of working closely with our clinicians, working innovatively, and how we address that. I think there's been progress if I look at the discussions we had with Sarah Gorton and trade union colleagues on the NHS Staff Council. We had very intensive discussions. We reached an agreement in terms of a consolidated amount for this year and a lump sum, but also a wider package of measures within that Agenda for Change agreement that was agreed with the NHS Staff Council, which we're now working through with trade union colleagues. In terms of the junior doctors, we had 3 weeks of intensive discussions. We responded constructively to their request, which was to bring in a very experienced intermediary, a very respected figure known, I'm sure, to many in the room, Cathy McLean. But to date, we haven't seen any movement at all from the 35% demand that the junior doctors have made. And I think there needs to be, always with these things, movement on both sides. And we've set out as part of our discussions both a recognition of the offer that we made linked to a lump sum, but our desire to work on a wider package with junior doctors. But I think when I think of the other challenges that government has, and when we reach these decisions on a cross-government basis, how we tackle the challenge on inflation, how we cut the debt, how we grow the economy, those are 3 of the 5 challenges, and we've got to balance that with the needs of the NHS. And then within the needs of the NHS, you started quite rightly, Matthew, with highlighting the long-term workforce plan. We need to think not just of the importance of pay, but the importance of numbers. We also need to think of the importance of investing in the NHS estate. We just announced over £20 billion for the new hospitals programme, the biggest ever investment in the NHS estate. And then we also need to invest in tech, which was one of the themes I was trying to bring out in my remarks. So it's a common of things, but we want to work constructively and stand ready to have further discussions.
Thank you. And it's not appropriate for me to be lobbying you as you sit here on the stage, but I would just say, if you could look at the issue of people who work for the NHS but are not employed by the NHS, who've not been included in the backdated element of the agreement that was reached. There's an anomaly there, which particularly for the community sector is really challenging. Anyway, let me move on. The Prime Minister is committed to reducing waiting lists, one of 5 targets. I'm sure you get lots of phone calls from number 10, unless things have changed a lot from my time. What exactly does the Prime Minister mean when he talks about reducing waiting lists? Is it the overall number? Because in a sense, that's a function in some ways of whether we're diagnosing people of primary access. Is it the length of the waits? Is it just elective waiting lists? Or what about those waiting lists for children's psychiatric services, for example? So what is the Prime Minister committing to on behalf of the nation, just so we understand?
No. So I think firstly, in terms of the 5 pledges he set out, it is very much what is articulated in the electives recovery plan. And that's clearly making progress, with the 2-year waits being virtually eliminated in the summer, the 18-month waits more than 90% cleared. And there's further targets in that around 65 and 52 weeks, and that's what we're doing. And again, when we look at some of the wider challenges that you just highlighted on the long-term workforce plan and pay, it's worth remembering we put an extra £8 billion of RDEL into the elective recovery plan and over £5 billion into the CDEL, the capital budget, for the diagnostic centres, for the surgical hubs, 43 new or expanded surgical hubs this year, 160 community diagnostic centres. So there's significant investment going in, recognising that in terms of the target it is to, as set out and agreed with NHS colleagues, what our targets there, and that's what we're working to. And fantastic work by the likes of Sir Jim Mackey, Professor Tim Briggs and others in terms of that. Now, what sits alongside that is obviously, as you touch on, there are other targets in terms of weights as well. So the ambulance handovers in the UEC plan, how we collectively tackle the challenge of delayed discharge and our integration with social care. And within primary care, we put additional funding in with Pharmacy First and into GP technology and into additional vaults. So if I look at the primary care waits, I think everyone in the room knows there's a challenge with that 8 a.m. Monday morning rush. So how do we firstly invest in the tech to make it easier for people to have the telephony in the cloud, the online booking? How do we make it easier for them to get the right care, which might not always be from a GP, it might be from some of the additional roles? We had a manifesto target for 26,000 additional roles. We've actually exceeded that, 29,000 now recruited. But then we've also addressed, and this is where I think active listening is really important in a role like mine. And so one of the things certainly raised quite strongly with me was there'd long been a discussion on pharmacy, and people felt we weren't fully using the skills mix within pharmacy. We had a lot of very well-trained people, but we weren't untapping the full potential that they had. So you saw significant additional funding into Pharmacy First. And then what we're doing is trying to combine that with the work of Joe Harrison and others on the NHS app, so that people, if they want an oral contraceptive, they may go and get it from the pharmacist rather than need are booking from their GP. So we start to think about what is it the pharmacists can prescribe, but do so again in a responsible way, so not losing sight of antimicrobial resistance. So thinking about what are the safe ways of enabling them to prescribe more, the 7 additional areas. So it's bringing the 3 recovery plans together with our investment in the NHS estate, with our investment in tech. But in terms of your starting point, the 5 pledges from the PM and the one that relates to health, it particularly speaks to the electives recovery.
Okay, which means it's really about long waits. And that's the thing at the forefront of it. Yeah, got it. Well, whilst we're on the subject, talking about pharmacy, one of the questions which I think is an issue close to your heart is what can we do to accelerate the uptake of effective, innovative medicines? That must be a subject that is often brought to you. Do you have a view about what we can do in that space?
I think it's how we empower the patient more. And so how do we make that easier for them to sign up to clinical research trials is one aspect. How do we build our relationship with employers more? So if I think, many employers will pay more than the statutory sickness absence sort of statutory amount. If a member of staff is off for a long period of time, obviously that is a cost to the business, both the loss of the employee, but also the additional cost. So actually, how we work with employers more, how one of the big themes we're spending time in the department on is how do we take the innovation of COVID and apply it in a more peacetime setting or without some of the challenges of that COVID period. So how do we take that into innovative medicines? And I think that's working with the deal we did with Moderna and BioNTech. It's looking at our life science program. But I think ultimately it's about empowering patients more, trusting patients and I think the more we can empower them, I think the more they will engage.
Let's take a couple of areas which weren't featured in your speech. So one is social care. So, we as a Confed have been saying for some time now that actually if you were given extra money to spend, we would say social care is the #1 priority for the health service, as well as for social care, because of our dependence, our mutual interdependence. And not just because social care colleagues help us get people out of hospital, but also because social care plays an incredibly important preventative role. This issue of social care reform, social care funding, it feels like the toughest policy question of all, and one that hasn't fared very well in general elections in the past. What's your vision for how we can take forward the debate about social care?
I think there's 2 different issues, Matthew, and I did mention it in the speech in the context of the integration, because I do think how we integrate between health and social care is the sort of point, quite rightly, you have made and many in the room have made. And I think if I look at the autumn statement, for example, and there's advantages in having a Chancellor that was the longest serving Health Secretary. And one thing he made, well, probably the most important thing within the autumn statement was the extra funding up to 7.5 billion into social care. So it was Jeremy's priority in the autumn statement. So I think there has been a lot more focus on that. Certainly with the UEC plan, we've been looking very much at the handover points, both the handover points within the NHS, but the handover points with social care, looking at where the blockages are. Part of it is a money issue, but part of it is also how do we streamline. So when I was, for example, at Blackpool Victoria Hospital, one of the striking things there was because they get lots of tourists into Blackpool, they deal with lots of different local authorities, all with different forms, formats, and so forth. So I think there's a lot we can do with the discharge hubs, lounges, and how we look at that interplay between the NHS and care, and that includes the handover points, particularly at weekends. Debate around, if I go back to the political side, and what happens in terms of people's assets and their homes, which is separate from the reform in terms of how do we have better career progression, a career ladder, what are the professional qualifications in care, how do we integrate staff roles more between health and social care. And the reason I was so keen to highlight the Jean Bishop Centre and my visit there was what was striking for me was how much the staff enjoyed working. So the social care staff said how much they enjoyed working with the NHS in an integrated way, whether working together and vice versa. And so I think the more we can break the barriers down, yes, money is a factor, and the autumn statement spoke to that point, but I think there are also things we can do to streamline the relationships. And I think the Centre in Hull is a good illustration. And of course, following on from my point about devolving more decision-making, when you take these at a more place-based level, through the ICSs, I think you better empower commissioners to look at what works for the geography on the ground. And that will be different between a metropolitan area in some cases and a more rural area. How does it play the voluntary and community settings in? So let's do that through the ICSs, give them more freedom, devolve more decision making. Money is part of it, but it's also about working patterns.
I think there's a lot of enthusiasm within systems for joint workforce planning between social care and health in terms of that, developing new career pathways and opportunities. What about prevention? In your response to Patricia's report, recognise the case for more investment in prevention, didn't want to commit to the 1%. What's your view of how we move to a more preventative system, particularly when, with an election coming up, that kind of work that has a longer term consequence is harder to win support for?
I think it's the most exciting area, actually. Colleagues will have seen the announcement we made on obesity last week in terms of making sure the NHS is at the front of the queue for the most innovative treatments to address obesity, but also being innovative in how we deliver those. So instead of it being reliant on secondary weight management services, start to roll out those treatments through primary care, which is what we're piloting. I think the stats are so compelling, Matthew, on prevention. I know you've spoken very eloquently about this, but obesity being the second biggest cause of cancer after smoking, 9 of 10 type 2 diabetics being overweight or obese. So I think the case is compelling. In government, we're looking at our conversations, for example, with the OBR as to how we score things in terms of the impact on the labour market, because obviously that relates, as you know from your time in government, to some of the conversations on scale that I can have with government colleagues. But I think there's huge opportunities, again, coming out of COVID, to think about more home testing, think about the Internet of Things and how that combines with big data and clouds, storing data on the cloud. I think there's a huge opportunity on prevention to empower people. So philosophically within government, we take a much stricter view in terms of, firstly, what can we do to protect children, which is particularly relevant to the vaping debate, but in terms of adults, less about banning and more about empowering. And I think within the empowering, we start to look at where technology is going. I think there's huge opportunities to empower patients so that they can then make active decisions as to what to do. And that's why, for example, the conversation with employers is also quite relevant in the prevention space. So I think prevention is hugely exciting. Obviously, COVID cancer vaccines is one of the life science deals we've been looking at. So I think there's lots of different areas. I mean, 80%, just as to give you one example, 80% of the British public go through a major supermarket once a week. So one of the conversations we're having is how do we start to use our conversations on prevention to get information and empower patients, combine that with things like the NHS app. I can see Tim Ferris has done brilliant work with NHS England colleagues about how do we get technology to better empower people, how do we build the partnerships with employers, how do we use home testing? Because for me, the real opportunity on prevention is early treatment has far better patient outcomes, but it's also far cheaper. So that then gives you more to reinvest in the system. So instead of waiting for someone to get the symptoms, hope that they go away so they leave it a bit, then finally feel they have to go and see someone, then have to wait and so forth, the more we can pick up and detect things early, perhaps even before someone's got the symptoms, then that has a massive impact. And I always think show matters more than tell in politics. So a great example of that is the lung cancer screening, where we're now picking up stage 1, 2. That's why I highlighted that. But there's others. The 100,000 babies we're now screening through Genomics England. That's really relevant for rare treatments. Because again, there can always be a political debate around the overall quantum of funding. But whatever funding is then allocated, often it's the rare treatments that struggle to get the funding, as you well know. And if we can start to think about our relationship with Genomics England and how we pick that up, then that allows us to target. And the final thing as well with the prevention for me is, if I take antibiotics and AMR, which Dame Sally's been doing a lot of work on over successive years, if we can identify what the right antibiotic is first time, again, that is hugely beneficial to the patient, but it is also very beneficial for AMR and also for cost. So I think the prevention is massively exciting, and I think we've got to move away from some of the, dare I say it, tired debates around what do we ban, and actually look at how we're embracing technology, screening, genomics, testing in the home, working with the employers, picking things up early, because the sooner we pick things up, the better the patient outcomes. And a great final example of that, which I absolutely loved, is the HIV screening, where in emergency departments, people are asked if they'll opt in for HIV screening. And what the guys were telling me is, first it picks up some cases of HIV people don't know they have, allows you to treat them early, which is hugely effective from a patient outcomes point of view. It also stops them inadvertently, because they don't know they've got HIV, inadvertently passing that on to someone else. And obviously, it is hugely cost effective as an outcome. So how we look at the prevention, but shift it from some of the past political debates, if I can say, I think is a massive opportunity.
Well, I know you've got to get your train, Secretary of State. We're nearly running out of time. So just one last question, which is that I think for this audience, for the health service, the issue of health inequality is one of the 4 objectives for systems, and also our commitment to equality, diversity and inclusion in our staff. These are very important issues to us, and sometimes those concerns around inequality, around EDI, can be caricatured. I think it's really important to people to know that the Secretary of State takes those issues seriously.
Yeah, it's hugely, and perhaps if I, as it's your final question, finish with a collective challenge, which I think we all face, but I think it's a real opportunity for the NHS Confederation and others to play a part, which is our relationship with AI and the opportunity of AI. If I look at other sectors like financial services, there's a lot of concern that AI could lead to exclusion, people being priced out of products. But I think within health, there's an opportunity the other way, for actually AI to really highlight those health inequalities and use that data to actually address them. So I mentioned the work we're doing in the department around maternity. Through looking at AI, the more we can identify early which mums are at greater risk, the more we can address some of the health inequalities we see. So I think there's a real opportunity with the prevention work, with some of the screening, the targeted we're doing in the most deprived communities on lung cancer as one example. But I think there's a real opportunity on AI to think about AI in the context of health inequalities. And I think it's important we don't go down the road we did with GM food, where we lost quite a few years because there was a lot of concern on the science, Frankenstein food debate. I think there are risks with AI, but there's massive opportunities. And I think how we work our way through that collectively and how we use AI to address health inequalities, I think is one of the big opportunities. And I'd be very keen to work in partnership with colleagues in the room, because I don't want to lose several years as we have the wrong sort of debate on AI without actually seeing that it could be a real force for good if applied in the right way with the right safeguards.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today, for your speech, and also for answering the questions that have been put forward by members. Can I ask you to join me in thanking Steve Barclay?
Our next session is Innovation Promise versus Operational Reality. Please welcome to the stage our expert dragons, ready to hear from clinical entrepreneurs about their innovations.
So, good afternoon and welcome to the penultimate session here at Confed. My name is Tony Young. I'm a urological consultant at Southend Hospital, Associate Medical Director in Mid and South Essex. My chair is in Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Anglia Ruskin University, but I'm also the National Clinical Lead for Innovation at NHS England. And we've designed a session for you this afternoon to kind of bring all the great things we've seen together across Expo around what we think are three really stunning innovations, but the problem we face as a system is about adopting and scaling them. So we're going to do this session in a Dragon's Den format, where in a moment I'm going to welcome our fiery, fearsome dragons to the stage, who take the role of a medical director, chief operating officer, chief finance officer, and then a system leader. And our three intrepid entrepreneurs and innovators who are going to come and pitch are going to have to get past our dragons to get to an audience vote at the end to see if you would take their innovations up. Now, when I started at NHS England nearly 10 years ago now, I thought that at the time Simon Stevens and subsequently Amanda Pritchard had a lever in their office, and it was the lever of power, and they pulled it, and then everything in the NHS happened as a result. Now, it's really important that they do pull that lever and give blessing to the system, but what I've learned over the last 10 years is that actually the four dragons and their roles that we're going to have here today are absolutely crucial, and if one of them says no, then the system isn't going to take that innovation up. At the end, we're going to hear from Tim Ferris, our National Director for Transformation, who's going to draw together what we've learned from this session today and hopefully give you some words of encouragement and support to see how we can address this issue together. So first of all, I'd like to ask our dragons to come forward and join me on the stage, please. So, we expect how, so I run the Clinical Entrepreneur Programme at NHS England, and Amanda Pritchard mentioned that yesterday in her speech. Over 1,000 frontline clinical staff now that we are helping grow and develop. Now, our dragons are actually all really nice people, but we've asked them to be dragons for this afternoon because we want to understand the operational reality of what's going on in the health service. So, we ask our innovators to pitch, and what I'm going to ask each of our dragons to do is they get 30 seconds, and I will stop them if they go over 30 seconds, to just introduce themselves. Some of them you will know, some of them you won't, and what their role is today and what they're going to be doing as that dragon. So if we start at the far end and work our way down, I have my mobile here. It's set for 30 seconds. It will bleep if you take too long.
Okay, I'm Victor Adibowale. I'm the chair of the NHS Confederation. I am a digital entrepreneur in my own right. I'm a member of the House of Lords, but don't hold that against me.
Brilliant. And a great pitch, but what dragon are you, Victor?
Well, I'm interested in scalability.
So our system leader, interested in scaling and adoption. And that was a really quick pitch, so that's really good. Next.
Hello, everybody. My name is Charlotte Williams. I'm the Chief Strategy and Improvement Officer at Mid and South Essex NHS Foundation Trust. And today, Tony, I'm playing the role of a Chief Operating Officer. I believe I am standing in for David Sloman, so I know he would be wearing this dress and these shoes, so I feel like I'm doing really well. And I did do operations for 9 years, so hopefully I'll be able to plug back into that.
You can see how fierce they are, can't you? Already, it's just right. Okay, next, Nikki.
Good afternoon. My name's Nikki Stevenson. I'm a medical director, a deputy chief executive, and a consultant respiratory physician from Wirral. And today I actually will be a medical director, not just playing the part, asking the questions from a clinical perspective.
That's brilliant. Wow, these are all coming in really quick, these pitches. Henry.
Thanks, Tony. My name's Henry Black. I'm the Chief Finance Officer for North East London ICS. So my role today is to do exactly that, to be the CFO. Now, colleagues, I have some colleagues in the audience and they'll all attest that I'm a very supportive and enabling CFO. But today I'm going to be challenging, I'm going to be testing the efficiency, the viability and the affordability of the innovations.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Wow, what an array of real talent coming from the front line in the NHS, and what an experience too. So let's crack on. We're going to get our first innovator forward, which is Ash Calrier from Medishell. Ash, and I'm going to come to the podium, please. I'm going to give you 3 minutes for your pitch to the audience and to the dragons, and then I'm going to unleash them on you, okay?
Good afternoon. My name is Ash. I'm an orthopaedic surgeon and I've worked in the NHS for 10 years. If I told you that hospitals need systems like Epic or Cerner to manage clinical data, you'd tell me, well, that's pretty obvious. But what about our non-clinical and operational data? It has a huge impact on patient care, yet is often neglected. And I'm going to prove that to you now. When I was a surgeon, I once cancelled 3 operations one morning because a light bulb in theatre was broken. Staff had known about it for days, but they hadn't reported it. And every day I'd be affected by similar issues. And if you're a clinician in the audience, you'll really resonate. This will resonate with you. Broken IT, your printer's not working, not having the right stock, equipment issues. These problems occur because our hospitals have too many help desks. We've got hundreds of suppliers. They all work in isolation. And the impact is really, really big. There was a study which showed the NHS had a 32% rise in cancelled procedures because of operational issues. That's why I founded MediShout. We're actually the first platform in the world which will aggregate all of your help desks and suppliers into one place. So that means we give clinical staff a one-stop app where you can report any operational issue, whether it's estates, facilities, IT, stock, equipment. The list goes on. And the beauty of MediShout is that once you've sent your report, you get real-time feedback. So you can track what's happening and therefore plan your patient care much better. So it's like having the Amazon or Deliveroo app in your pocket, but this time we've built it for hospitals. And we're also using AI now to predict issues in advance, such as faulty equipment. But what has our impact been? Well, we've got lots of publications, and I'm just going to mention 3 today. So number 1, cost efficiencies. Health economists have shown we can save NHS trusts £1 million per year in efficiency savings. Number 2, supporting our workforce. At one NHS trust in the east of England, we have 10,000 staff who have used MediShout. And number 3, we're reducing the backlog of care. We're doing this by partnering with medical equipment suppliers, such as Olympus, to improve the workflow in hospitals. For example, data shows when one endoscope breaks, we now save 4 hours of staff time and prevent cancelled operations and procedures. So there we have it. Just like hospitals need an Epic or a Cerner, hospitals also need a MediShout. We are tackling the biggest operational challenges in the NHS and are on course to be in 100 hospitals by the end of this year. So I'd like to thank Tony, the NHS Innovation Accelerator, and the SBRI for their support. And if you want to get in touch with me, my contact details are on the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ash. Well done.
That's very good.
Right, you did very well. Bang on 3 minutes. With orthopaedic surgeon. Wasn't that a great pitch? Huh? We teach them to pitch on the Clinical Entrepreneur Programme. It's a real skill. Real skill. Right, straight to our dragons. I don't mind which order you go in, but we've got roughly 2 minutes each, and I don't want any fighting between either of you. Who would like to go first? I've started the clock on you, 8 minutes.
I'll go first. So thank you, Ash. I think that sounds as though it's got potential for helping staff time, but I'm not really hearing how this will improve patient experience and patient safety, because the example that you gave was just poor operational planning, and that was nothing to do with how that can be resolved by the app. So can you give us some data that would show that this does improve patient experience and patient outcomes, please?
Absolutely. Well, I think the first thing I'll say is, we have data which shows 97% of staff said we're giving them more time with patients. You're a clinician, so am I. I think we can agree that if you do have more time with patients, that is going to benefit patient care. The other thing around patient experience is we now actually put QR codes into hospitals so patients and visitors can report things. So if you're in a public toilet and there's a spillage, or there's not enough hand gel or not enough soap, which are infection control issues, our patient visitors can scan the QR code, which pings a message to the relevant person to come and make the environment much more safe and satisfactory. And then the final thing I'll mention on this is we won about £500,000 from SBRI last year to help reduce the backlog of care. And I would say for patients in the NHS, that's arguably the #1 priority right now, which is affecting how patients' satisfaction are, clinical outcomes. I think it's such a critical thing. And there's lots of things that we can't help with. So if your patient falls unwell the night before an operation and it needs to be cancelled, MediShout's not going to help with that, but we will make sure you've got the right equipment, the right facilities, the right stock, and we're now even being able to help to make sure you've got the right staff at the right time to make sure those procedures go ahead and they don't get cancelled. As I sort of mentioned in my pitch there, one study we've published shows, when an endoscope breaks, it has a massive impact on care. And it's not just the staff time that gets wasted, it's cancelled procedures. And by digitizing workflow, we're helping to improve that. So I'd say in terms of helping patient care, you're right, whilst we're primarily focused on making the systems and the staff more efficient, obviously the end goal is that they then provide better services to our patients.
Oh, go on really quickly.
So have you seen a reduction in health and safety incidents, for example, for some of the examples that you gave, saying that reporting...
And I want a quick answer from you, Pat.
The answer is yes. We work with patient
Great,
advocates.
that's it. Yes, right. Next dragon. Who wants to go next? Come on. Yes, Henry.
I'll go next. Thank you, Ash. I think my challenge is, again, is about the data and the evidence. So I want you to convince me that this is relevant for the way that hospitals work now. You talked about the main issue that we have. We absolutely, definitely cancel far too many operations. But give me the actual evidence that says how many of those operations are cancelled because of failures of kit. Because as far as I'm concerned, it is 99%. As Nikki says, poor planning, not getting not having the workforce available. But the number of times that's actually because the light bulb has gone in the theatre, I'm not convinced.
So hang on. You're out of your dragon zone on that question, but I'll let him answer it quickly. And then I want a hard money question from you. All right, answer it quickly.
Okay, so I'm definitely not going to name a trust, but there's one NHS we know who cancelled 100 operations in a month last year because of equipment-related issues, sterile services issues, and not having the right stock at the right time. Those are challenges that we're directly solving. So it does have a really, really massive impact. Like I said, we're working with health economists at the moment to show how many extra operations are going to happen due to MediShout. It's predicted 5 to 10% within this particular region and hospital group. So I'll be able to give you the exact number later on this year.
Okay, so just to come back, Tony, the reason I ask is because cancelled operations cost us a fortune. So putting a number on that, I will need to know what is that number.
Yeah, so the minimum we've already looked at from the health economists is £300,000 per year, but I think reality is it's going to be more because I think there's lots of knock-on effects that aren't included in that data.
Okay, thank you.
Good, you happy? Next, Charlotte.
Yeah, so Ash, sounds great, and obviously I'm all about getting through the backlog and making ops as slick as possible, but we already have help desks, and what we don't want is staff having to be like, oh God, I've got to log into another app because I've already got a stealth help desk, IT help desk. How are you going to persuade my colleagues in corporate services that this is the way forward, number one? And then secondly, how much IT time does this take? Because I'm waiting for backlog jobs in IT to get integrated to support my operational staff that are holding us up in terms of productivity. So I don't want this to be just another thing that isn't going to get done.
Yeah. So I think the purpose of MediShout is the fact we already have too many help desks and too many systems, but they all work in isolation. So we are that one-stop app, which is the front end for your staff, and we integrate with all the different back-end systems. So we're actually simplifying workflow for everybody that works in the front line. In terms of how that actually manifests itself and how difficult is it, we can now launch in really, really quick time. With one manufacturer, we've launched in 30 hospitals, endoscopy units, in the last 3 months, and each unit, on average, takes us 3 hours of staff time because there's no patient data, it's operational, and we've built the system by clinicians, such as myself. My co-founder was a doctor as well. We've got people in the audience who've worked in the company who've been clinicians as well. So we understand the healthcare system. We're partly owned by the NHS, so we've designed it around what the NHS needs and how we can be quick and scalable.
Good, you happy with that, Victor?
I've got 2 questions, actually. Why not just use Amazon?
Sorry?
Why not use Amazon? Because if they're any good, they're going to be watching you. And second is, actually, it sounds easy. It sounds really easy. But actually, getting people to change behaviours around apps is really hard, right? And most people have a phone full. How are you going to get it beyond the hospitals that you're in? Because if it's going to have any impact, this really has to scale. It has to scale nationally, UK-wide, frankly, for you to really make this happen. How are you going to do that? What are the
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question about Amazon and big tech. So we do partner with companies like Microsoft. We're on their accelerator. And the things we can do things that big tech often can't is we can get onto the front line. We can look at the current workflows. We can work with staff and clinicians to make those changes. And like you said, behavior change is probably the biggest thing. The technology often comes secondary to the fact that you've got to change the way staff do things. And we're really good at that now because, as I said before, our core team are clinicians, so we already understand the problems in the front line. But then what you have to do is you have to work with the people on the front line. You can't just deploy technology and walk away. You've got to win hearts and minds before you deploy. You've got to make it customizable to the specific needs of the organization or the ward or the hospital. And then after you deploy, you have to be on site or you have to be available to train people and make sure it's working properly. But what we find is, once it's working well, we don't hear from our end users because they just love MediShout and it's just so intuitive and really simple to use.
So just come back. Oh, can I come back?
Yeah, please.
So,
quickly.
So it's both generic and bespoke. So you're saying that everybody can use it, but you work with individuals on the front line and you make it bespoke to their needs. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of scaling barriers. If you think about the number of hospitals, the number of clinicians, the number of actual issues they each have, it might sound like 3 hours per, but that's a lot. When you multiply that, that's a lot. That's a scaling barrier.
Quickly, okay. What we find is the more hospital sites we're scaling into, the quicker and easier it's becoming. Because we're saying, oh, we've already done this process in this place or that place, so we're just going to copy and paste it and replicate it. And that's making it easier each time that we scale into new hospitals.
Your time is up, sir. I'm not going to let you carry on and answer any more. So you're going to be asked to vote at the end, and I want you to think about this. MediShout, a one-stop shop for all your help desks. I have seen no better champion for this than Yvonne, who is the housekeeper on one of the wards at Broomfield, who is your biggest champion, I think, with sending over 500 shouts of faults on the wall, beds that are broken, leaking taps, doors that don't work, they've run out of stock. And what she said was, I have to queue for the phone on the ward. I'm behind the consultants, the junior doctors, the nurses, the healthcare assistants. With MediShout, I'm front of the queue. I'm in front of the consultants. I love it, equitising that. Go and have a seat, sir. Really nice. Well done.
Nobody's going to do that for all the dragons. Nobody's going to do that for all the entrepreneurs.
Right. Okay, and I like it the way the dragons are having a go as me as well. That's fine in this role. I'm a consultant urologist. If you're in front of me, don't have a go at me, I tell you. Right, that's not a good strategy, let me tell you. Right, Krish, you're up next. 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, Tony. Pleasure to be here. My name's Dr. Krish Ramdu. I'm the founder and CEO of Timper Health. I'm also another surgeon, an ENT surgeon by training. I've also done my PhD in hearing health and very privileged to have been in the first cohort of the NHS England Clinical Entrepreneur Programme. So what do we do at Timper Health? I set out to develop Timper Health to make ear and hearing healthcare more accessible for patients in community settings and utilising our workforce. When I was a clinical doctor, I was seeing so many patients waiting weeks on end to see me. And I was looking at the equipment I was using. I was seeing the staff who wanted to do more, could do more. and I was seeing that the pathway wasn't digital. So I set out on this journey to develop Timber Health, a ear and hearing health platform, a hardware and software solution that allows you to take the ear and hearing clinic out into the community. It allows you to do high definition otoscopy, removal of wax or infection, and do a hearing test. All of that is then pulled together into a digital record that can be shared with any specialist in any location. In the last 2.5 years, the solution has been used on more than 300,000 patients, and currently in the UK, we see 28,000 patients a month going through our Timper journey. We work with multiple partners. We're in 3 of the top 5 high street audiology practices, more than 100 different community pharmacy chains across the country, in opticians and care homes. And by building on that data, we've almost done it the other way around. And now we're now being commissioned by the NHS in South West London, where they have created their own Timper pathway. So if you were to ring up your GP in South West London, you would be routed into a Timper pathway into community pharmacies, provided there weren't any red flags, and assessed there and put into the right place at the right time. So do you need to go and actually see your GP? Do you need to go see ENT or audiology? We created some fantastic data. They've seen in the last 6 months more than 3,000 patients. 73% of them have been able to be treated in community pharmacy. Those 3,000 patients would have ordinarily gone for a GP appointment. We're now at a stage where we're ready to scale. We have got a health economic study, which is on for NICE approval. We were recently put in the board minutes of NHS last week by Tim Ferris's, and we're also launching in America. So for me, we're an NHS spin-out company and are really ready to hopefully scale within the NHS.
Brilliant, sir. You're 30 seconds under. That was very good. Bit more time. I want to start with a different dragon. Charlotte, shall we start with you operationally first?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I mean, again, it's all great, isn't it? It's always take demand out of the hospitals, shift it to primary care, release capacity in outpatients, but that's ridiculously difficult to do. You know, we've got staff doing extra clinics, trying to catch up, ENTs, you know, waiting times are huge. Where does the change capacity come on to support this? Because I don't hear anything from primary care about the fact they've got any slack in the system to take on services from the hospital. So do you support that? Do you help that change happen?
Absolutely. I mean, we know that there's a workforce issue, and I think if you look at the NHS long-term plan, it's how can we utilise other staff members? And as I said, you know, I was seeing other members of my team who could do more. So traditionally, this service has been in the hospital. We've then had it in primary care. They don't do that anymore. We've developed a training program which upskills HCAs, nurses, pharmacists, pharmacy technicians to deliver this service in a very strategic way, but also in a very safe way. We have the highest accredited training course across the country. And so for us, yes, they're taking busy time outside to obviously train up to be able to utilize the service, but actually that workforce want to do more. They want to deliver other services, and the fact that we've gone into those multiple sectors does allow us to scale.
And how much does it reduce demand on hospitals?
So prior to the pandemic, something like earwax removal was in the top 10 outpatient procedures. Now that is not even going to primary care. That's going to those allied services in pharmacy, opticians, and in community centres.
Without those patients coming back into the hospital afterwards?
Yes, so in the example that I said, they've delivered that now in community pharmacy. 73% of them were able to be treated and solved within community pharmacy. 6% were appropriately triaged to ENT. 4% went appropriately to ENT. The GP acts as the gatekeeper. They get a digital record which they can then share as their own referral platform.
Okay, I'm going to move us on. Nikki, medical director, you happy for this medical procedure to be taken out of ENT surgeons' hands? Is it safe? What do you think? What do you want to ask him? Come on.
Well, I think the innovation here is about the training and the pathways, and I'm not clear at all what the technology is adding, because if you put an oroscope in appropriately trained people's hands and set up a community pathway, surely that would be the same outcome.
It's the digital part of it. What Timper does, it does the digital otoscopy, so allows you to take that digital record of the ear. And then if there's wax or infection in the way, you can't see the eardrum, so it allows you to remove that. It then does a hearing assessment as well, and all of that comes together into digital records. So if you were sitting, as we have done, we've got another big pilot at UCLH, those ENT surgeons can see that information and appropriately say, yes, this person needs to come into the hospital or not. So yes, you could say an otoscope, but actually it's the bits around it which allow you to make an informed decision about where that patient needs to go. And I was sitting in my clinic, and we've done a study showing this. 40% of those patients didn't need to come and wait 16 weeks to come and see an ENT surgeon. We're closing that gap.
And back to Charlotte's point, what's your complication rate?
So the complication rate, we've been tracking that, so everything is recorded. So we have the safety measures in place. Actually, when you use the Timper, you can't push it any further so that it touches the eardrum. On 70,000 patients that we had it with one of the big providers, they had a complication rate of less than 1%. Because those providers are taught not to go out of their scope.
And just what's the complication rate with the standard procedure, if you're less than 1% with yours?
So 3%.
3%. Okay. Good. Right, next. Henry.
Thanks, Tony. Krish, it sounds like a great product, but obviously you know what I'm going to ask. How is it going to save us money? So two linked questions, I guess. I want to know a bit more about the potential that this product has for really kind of, what is the scope in terms of early detection that then means that we avoid more complex procedures further down the line. But also, slightly unfairly, we've got no money, nobody's got any headroom, so it's got to pay itself back as well in years. So how do you get me to invest in this so that I know that it'll return and pay itself back in a year?
Absolutely. And yes, I think, so if we look at what we're solving for, ear and hearing health, hearing loss in itself is the single biggest modifiable risk factor for prevention of dementia. There's been a study that by 2030, because of the aging population, it's going to overtake diabetes and cataracts in the top 10 disease burdens. So there's definitely a downstream issue, 3 times more likely to have a fall with a hearing loss, and it's intrinsically linked to social isolation. So detecting it earlier is really important. So what we've done with Timper is it fixes 3 parts. Diagnostically, you can see the eardrum. So do they need to have an intervention? We can fast track when they need to do that. On the hearing side, because of the downstream issues, you can track when someone is progressively going down. Normally, it takes someone 5 to 7 years to do something about their hearing. If we're making it like an eye test, which you go and have every year, then you're able to look over time. We can prevent some of those downstream issues. So hopefully that covers some of the downstream issues and how we can support. On the finance side, yes, there's no money, but what we've done with Timper is look at it a little bit more holistically in the fact that you can see however many patients you want with a Timper system. So you can have one Timper system in a community pharmacy and serve that population. It's done that, frankly, it's just under £200 a month. The way that a normal referral would be for a GP into secondary care is normally £127 on average. And so I guess if you see more than 2 patients a month, you're hopefully solving for that as well.
Okay, and then give me some numbers for avoiding complex procedures further down the line then.
So
have you done any modelling about what if you invest in this over 5 years, what it could?
And I need quick answers here because I want to move on.
Health economic study we've done. It's done externally. It's being published, and it shows that actually, if you adopted this with a new pathway across the system, there'd be £106 million of saving because of utilising a different workforce.
We'll get into the details later. Victor, I want to give you some.
No, it's very. I'm going to check myself out. Actually, I got a bit of going on.
Are you doing some free sessions afterwards?
Yeah,
there we have got one here.
I'll be straight down. It sounds very good and very slick. It's very great. I've seen a lot of businesses get to your level at great rate. Everybody raws about them, and then nothing. It's like they hit a barrier. And I don't know this. My hypothesis is they don't engage. There's something missing between what they can do in several regional examples and how that all fits together to make a national picture, even with the delight of Tim Ferriss backing you. So I'm wondering how you're going to get over that, because people get very excited. It's great, whoa, big picture posters, and then literally nothing.
We need a quick answer. Come on.
Yeah, so I think it's with the evidence, the data. I think we did it a different way, showed some of the proof points in the private sector to show that it was safe, could be scaled. Now, some of the studies we have in place in South West London at UCL, I think the data proves that it actually has the ability to scale and be adopted and done in a safe way, and fits the bill of what we're looking for. Hopefully, an innovation to scale across the system.
I mean, I do. If data was the only requirement to get to national, then we'd have a lot of stuff that was. I mean, you know, the data is fantastic. I think it's a bit more than that. I think you could.
No, I think it's not. When I meant the data, I think it's we've ticked the boxes of workforce. How did the workforce deliver the service? What does the data actually show? Is it safe? And I think it's a holistic approach to data. When I'm not just saying, "Oh, we saved X number." It's a holistic.
Okay, stop there. You've had enough time. So, look, I've taught you to pitch since I've known you, 7 or 8 years. Bring your device up on the stage next time and show them. It's the world's leading smartphone otoscope, in my opinion. And the story that I love is that one that was in the residential care home where the staff had been trained, the care staff, to look in the patient's ears, and they weren't routinely checked. And a daughter came along to her and had a mum, she'd had the Timber Health check on her ears, and she'd had her earwax removed. And the daughter said to her mum, she was just about to say goodbye, saw her every week, and she said to her, "Mum, I love you so much," and just squeezed her hand, and her mum burst into tears. It's a 90-year-old lady, just cried, and she said, What's wrong, Mum? Are you in pain? What's going on? She said, "That's the first time I've heard you say you love me in 2 years." That's what this technology does. Go and have a seat.
Very impressive.
Right, last but by not least, Rachel Grimaldi. Rachel, do you want to step forward? Now, Rachel is amazing in so many ways. Anaesthetic registrar.
Very impressive.
Just on maternity leave at the moment, so you've stepped in, and thank you so much. Even though I think you're wonderful, you still just get 3 minutes. Okay. All right? I'll start when you start speaking.
Okay, thank you for having me today. Hello, I'm Dr. Rachel Grimaldi, co-founder and CEO of CardMedic, a senior anaesthetic reg currently on mat leave, and a fellow on the NHS Clinical Entrepreneur Programme and the Innovation Accelerator. CardMedic solves a problem that most of our clients didn't think they had a solution for before they met us. And healthcare inequalities cost the NHS billions, with communication issues at the point of care a major contributing factor. As many as 50% of patients experience communication barriers, such as language barriers, sensory impairment, cognitive impairment, literacy issues, and so on. And the outcomes of these patients are much worse, with increased morbidity and mortality, mental health issues, reduced compliance with medication, longer stays in hospitals, high rates of readmission, and so on, and ultimately poor outcomes for patients, staff, and healthcare systems, which are often avoidable. And furthermore, 30% of medical litigation is directly due to poor communication in healthcare. 69% of healthcare staff struggle to communicate with patients daily or weekly, and 89% feel current service provision is poor. This is not a new problem, but it is an expensive one. The traditional solution includes translators, interpreters, signers, speech-language therapists, and learning disability nurses, and indeed, these are the gold standard. But accessing these solutions can often introduce delays, they're expensive, and they lack economies of scale. And therefore, gaps in service provision happen regularly because achieving excellence assumes 24/7 availability of service, which is unaffordable, impractical, and logistically impossible in today's NHS. The shortfall, therefore, is often filled by friends and family, other staff members, or machine translation, which can be dangerous, unethical, and unfair. Currently unique, CardMedic fills this gap with an appropriate alternative. It's a multilingual library of pre-translated digital scripts that replicate common clinical conversations written by healthcare staff and allied healthcare professionals. They're available in 44 languages, easy read, read aloud, sign language videos, and an integrated translation tool. It's available as a mobile app and web app with over 1,000 scripts in all sorts of healthcare and allied healthcare settings as well. CardMedic has been available commercially for only just under 2 years, and we're already in 20 NHS trusts and 1 hospital in the US, and we're scaling across the NHS now and have had a 100% renewal rate so far. We've had huge uptake in maternity across the country, which is unsurprising given the recent Ockenden inquiries, and also in urgent and emergent care, neonatology and oncology. The Christie here in Manchester, for example, is a leading European cancer care centre, and we've done a case study with them that's demonstrated improved patient experience, reduced reliance on face-to-face interpreters, and improved medication safety. And lastly, we are aligned with national policy, particularly Core 20+5 and the Accessible Information Act. And we are highly affordable. We are a fixed price subscription, unlimited users on unlimited devices for unlimited amount of access. And in fact, our return on investment calculator demonstrates releasable savings in a matter of weeks from deployment. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present. My contact details are up there on the QR codes if you're interested in chatting more.
Brilliant, well done, and you came in just under time. So I'm going to go to our medical director, Nikki, first, because translation, it's got to be a quality of care issue for you. What do you want to ask, Rachel?
I mean, I can hear that you said that it improves patient experience, but what I'm interested in is patient safety and patient outcomes, because your product has got pre-written questions, and therefore we might inadvertently be asking the wrong questions of these patients, albeit that they're delighted to be spoken to in their language of choice. So what data have you got that shows that there aren't any negative impacts of your product? Or you can turn it the other way around and tell me all the positive, but it's the outcomes that I want from this, please.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So as you said, we are scripts where we have pre-written scripts that replicate common clinical conversations. They're all written by healthcare and allied healthcare professionals who've been practicing a long time. And they're designed to replicate standard conversations where it comes to taking a history, explaining a procedure, investigation, diagnosis, treatment, and so on. But of course, conversations get very nuanced, and we're not here to replace those existing services, but just to bridge those gaps in service provision. And we always advocate for using translators and interpreters for those nuanced conversations. So as you said, actually, we've not had any negative impact reported to us so far. It is difficult to measure health outcomes in terms of exactly how CardMedic might impact that patient's outcome at the end of a journey where they may have had many, many interactions from a communication perspective through their entire, say, hospital admission or GP attendance or interaction with the ambulance, for example, and CardMedic may not have been used for all of them. So it's always difficult to unpick exactly how CardMedic fits into that outcome. But we know that healthcare is a communication industry, and it's really important that we get it right first time when we're communicating with patients. So what we definitely look to do is measure how appropriate are we to use, and we work with our head of client engagement very closely. We have user groups with our staff and patients where they feedback regularly to us, and when we're rolling out, we have weekly meetings, then bi-weekly, then monthly, and we agree our KPIs and our outcomes that we want to achieve from that. We're working with 3 AHSNs at the moment, 2 of whom are working with existing clients to really assess the impact of how CardMedic improves that patient's safety and experience. One thing that we did look at was data.
Really quick, finish it, really quick.
Yeah, we were looking at datexes and could we reduce the incidence of datexes secondary to communication issues, but actually NHS resources don't capture how many critical incidents are secondary to communication problems through datexes, but we know anecdotally that they are the root cause.
Mine does.
Go on, do you want to, no, you're done? Good, Henry, what do you think of this?
Okay, so I'll ask my question in a sec, but just to tell you where I am. I think as a concept, I think this is absolutely brilliant. I'm the CFO from North East London. We're one of the most ethnically diverse populations in the country, and what is an ICS here for? It's to reduce health inequalities, and clearly communication is one of our biggest barriers. So I think the concept is brilliant, but tell me why your product is the best product available, and give me some numbers. If you want a business case to get through the board, give me some numbers as to what it's going to save.
Well, thank you so much. I'm glad to hear you say that because North East London have just procured us, so that's fantastic to hear.
Don't say that and give it away.
Sorry. But yeah, absolutely. It is really important to get the numbers behind this right. And as I was saying before, that it is always difficult to pick out exactly how CardMedic could reduce health inequalities from picking out the actual financials of it all. But what's from the sort of the outcome perspective, sorry, can you repeat that the question?
Well, I need to know if you're going to get a business case through the board, you've got to be able to. It's got to be able to stack up financially.
Yeah. So we've done a return on investment calculator. Sorry, that's what I was going to say. So what we've looked at is releasing costs that are spent on translation services. So whilst we don't want to replace those services, there are definitely some conversations that could be had with patients that could be replaced using CardMedic. For example, we've got plenty of examples, but I'll give you one. Radiology. Explain to a patient that they need a CT scan and that they need a cannula for that scan. There is a hospital that we work with that previously they'd have to bring in an interpreter every single time they wanted to explain the need for a cannula and some contrast. And now they can use CardMedic instead. So with our ROI calculator, we are looking at if you just replace 10 phone calls a day across your entire ICS with using CardMedic instead, you can release those savings back to you in a matter of weeks from deployment. There are also qualitative aspects that we looked at as well, but we understand that...
We wanted the numbers. That's
I want a number.
Yeah.
I'm going to move on. You didn't give him a number,
oh,
did you?
About 180,000 on average.
180,000 per trust on average. Charlotte, in your operations role.
Yeah. I think this is great. I'm interested in thinking about the planned care pathway. quite often we have to cancel because patients haven't prepared appropriately. You know, people then understand what's required to go ahead. You know, last minute cancellations. So, have you got any information about that in terms of improving the access to plan care? And then, secondly, I suppose, you know, it's another app-based thing. You know, you've got to have an iPad, you've got to have the iPad available. You know, how do you build it into a pathway so that it isn't people running around looking for the iPad so they can actually talk to somebody in the clinic?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as you mentioned, access to plan care. So we're working with 5 ICSs currently and growing, and we have a lot of content for acute secondary care, and we are starting to build out our primary care library. We also work within our ambulance as well and have lots of ambulance services interested. But from a primary care perspective, we have a lot of GPs that are really interested in this platform because they have 10-minute appointment slots. It's really challenging to get translators there for exactly the time they need them. And then translating through a third party can be challenging as well, time-consuming, and so on. And we've actually done a study which shows that we're 5 times faster at accessing that content than a telephone translator for having that conversation. So we can really speed up efficiency in the primary care part. But we also have a huge uptake in urgent and emergent care as well, which I know that's not quite what you're asking, but from the unplanned care pathway, there's huge benefit. In terms of using us on various devices, since COVID, there are generally iPads quite easily accessible everywhere, but we're also accessible on mobile devices, desktops on wheels, computers, so we can be used in clinics. We have midwives that go out to hotels and use us to speak to refugees and asylum seekers, and so on. So we are really designed to be used on any device in any healthcare setting by any healthcare or allied healthcare professional.
Okay, I want to move us on. Victor.
It's really good, really, really slick. They're all really slick, aren't they? You trained them well, Tony. It's like listening to the Oscars. Anyway, but there's a couple of things. This could be what I sometimes call the help illusion paradox. In other words, people have got something that doesn't work. They get frustrated, particularly in poor areas. And so anybody that comes along with something that looks like it's going to make their life easier, I'll take it, right? And it works for a bit in the sense they will work with it for a bit because the alternative is where they were before, right? So that's the help bit. The illusion is that it is helping, but over time it turns out it really doesn't because A, you're putting translators out of work. You're putting translators out of work that might be from that local area. B, actually, people like talking to people. They actually like talking to people, particularly when they're in crisis, so you're cheesing them off. And thirdly, you're actually changing a process. No matter how good it is, you're actually changing a process. And you have to scale the changing of that process for thousands of interactions. I mean, like millions of interactions. How are you going to do it?
Yeah, that's a great question. We definitely don't see ourselves as putting translators out of work at all. In fact, as I said, we've really encouraged, those are the gold standard solutions. I've been practicing clinically for 17 years, where I work currently, or when I return from mat leave. 3/4 of the patients on my list, they and their families don't speak English as a first language, and I've had translators there twice in 6 months in person. So there are logistically challenges to getting translators and interpreters present, and we heard lots of stories about staff who actually speak
Come on, really quick.
Who speak that language, who know that the translation isn't fully accurate. So we're not replacing it, but we are bridging those gaps in service provision. When we launched, it was concept launch in 72 hours. It was while I was on mat leave with my third during COVID, and it scaled really rapidly because staff want us. We had global media coverage 3 weeks after launching, and the feedback we had from staff and patients across the world was, we need this, we want this. And the way we've grown our content library to over 1,000 scripts and growing is through members of staff getting in touch saying, we need this, please can we add our scripts, please can you add more languages, and so on. So it's grown organically for staff by staff.
How many people on your board are from ethnic minority communities and don't speak English?
We don't have anyone that doesn't speak English as a first language. We're still quite a young company. So yeah, we're growing our board at the moment. We've been commercial for less than 2 years at the moment. So we are starting to grow our board.
Okay, that's it. That's it. You're over time. So what we've got here is that first call, isn't it? Someone comes in. How can you communicate? And what Rachel didn't tell you, this came out of COVID. Patients who were ventilated and awake and couldn't communicate. So she wrote some phrases on a piece of paper, and guess what? The patient could start pointing to them and communicating and realizing the opportunity. And as for the nuances, I'm a urologist. I ask about 6 questions, and that's it. And there's only a certain number of answers. It would be brilliant in my specialty, but it's not going to work for everything. Go and have a seat. Well done. Right. Rachel, I think that's your phone. Don't leave that behind. Well done. Good. So now I think, are we coming to the vote now, or are we coming to, I think we're going to come to a vote, aren't we? Is there a question we're going to put up here now? Are we doing that? Hopefully that technology is going to work, and they're going to bring up a question. It's on Slido, isn't it, the question? Here it is in front of me. So for those of you who are on the Slido app, you can have a look at it. If you were a dragon and you could pick an innovation, I can see the results coming up here already. Maybe just one person's voted, which is why it's 100%. Which would you invest in? Would it be CardMedic? You heard Rachel last, didn't you? Would it be Timper Health? Or would it be MediShout? If you've got your phone and you've got the app and you want to vote, I can't see the actual numbers of people who are voting. We're just going to get a percentage of what goes forward. I'm going to leave that for a moment more. That was just the way it was set. You could vote for all three. It's pretty close. I have to. So, Tim, I'm going to leave that vote open, and I'm going to ask Tim Ferriss, our National Director for Transformation, to come to the stage and just draw this session together with his thoughts, and leave it to him if he wants to tell you the results of the vote that are on the screen in front of you. Tim.
Well, I'm just saying, Tony, I think they're all winners, right? Right? Are they all winners? Are they all winners? Okay. So I thought this was really fun, by the way. Tony, congratulations. So every Friday, I take a trip. It was actually an agreement I had when I first arrived a little over 2 years ago. And the point of my Fridays is to watch clinicians and managers delivering care and actually I was just recently visiting Tony's shop. And what I've noticed is that the innovation inside the NHS is absolutely astounding. And so, Tony, thank you for this event, and thank you to our innovators. They are demonstrating that even as you go out on the floor of the Confed and meet the vendors, you are and seeing the external innovation. This is commercial vendors selling into the NHS to try to solve our problems together in partnership. We also have the internal innovators changing it on the ground. This is the ecosystem, and it's important that there are these two different pathways to change. That's very important for the Transformation Directorate, because it's very important for me and my team to make sure that we are supporting both of those. And thank goodness we have Tony, and also thank goodness we have Victor, who is hosting the Confed. So thank you very much, Victor. So innovation comes from inside and outside. What you heard in actually these questions, the questions were brilliant, because you actually touched on what I think of as the core issues. The core issues are, it's cost effectiveness. Yes, actually showing cost effectiveness in healthcare isn't that difficult. I'm sorry to say it that way, but that's what I believe. Affordability is different. Okay, affordability is, and you mentioned it, thank you. Affordability is this year's budget. Do I have room in this year's budget or next year's budget? And the fact is, there are almost always, and actually several of you pointed this out, winners and losers. The vendors are always, the innovators are always focusing on the win. But if it is going to be cash releasing, there will be losers. By definition, something is not going to happen that is happening today. Now, interestingly, two of the three here today, there are actually, because the demand is so much greater than our supply. In fact, two of them avoided. There weren't really losers in that because of our mismatch in supply and demand. That's a great situation to be in. The second one is public procurement meets innovation. So I just have to say, public procurement processes, which are set in law, were not established for rapid cycle change. Okay? They simply are two things that don't go well together. Public procurement processes assume a marketplace and competitors. None of those things, there's no marketplace for those things, right? So there's a problem in the relationship between innovation and public procurement that we have to overcome. And the third thing is risk. Our clinician, wonderful, thank you, are always thinking about risk. And risk, I'll just say how the conversations go in reality is you get a group of people in a room, and at first there's always like, this is great, this innovation, it's going to help everything. And then one person says, well, what if this happened? You know, and you can always think of a scenario where there is some risk. And then the next person says, oh, I can do that even better. Like there's an even bigger risk. And then by the end of any discussion on any innovation, they're like, oh my goodness, this could cause global warming. I mean, that is sort of the way these conversations go. And so what is really important in all of these conversations where wonderful administrators are thinking about whether or not to invest is making sure that we understand the counterfactual, which is the risk of not changing, right? That's the risk that very rarely enters into these conversations. So I think there are 5 criteria for accelerating the adoption of innovation. And in my accounting that I just did from these presentations, all 3 of these meet all 5 criteria. So I'm going to list those criteria. I said them yesterday. It has to address a national priority. All of them pointed out the national priority. It has to decrease friction, primarily for patients, but also for providers. Like, I don't have to go through this. That's sort of obvious, right? It has to remove steps from pathways. So 2 of them clearly removed steps from pathways. One of them, it would be difficult to actually see the step. It facilitated steps and pathways, but didn't remove a step from pathway. And number 3 that I just mentioned, removing step from pathways, is tied to number 4. It has to be, you actually used the words perfectly, cash releasing in year. Listen to that. Cash releasing in year. So there's a very important thing that happened last July when the Health and Social Care Act was passed and integrated delivery systems became statutory. And that is a big barrier to the adoption of innovation is the cost is borne in one group and the savings is in another, right? Integrated care systems mean actually they're in one place. They're on one budget. That is a big advance for innovation because it means that at the level of the ICS or ICB, transformation will always have both sides of the ledger on the same balance sheet. That is new in the NHS, and that should help accelerate transformation. So it needs to be cash releasing. And the last one also, you guys did a great job, is real-world evidence. So not randomized trial evidence, but in the real world, when it is operational, all 3 of them provided you with real-world evidence of this is on the ground working, this is the data we collected, and it is doing the job that we say it needs to be done, okay? Those are the 5 criteria. So in my book, all 5 of these are winners. All 5 of them meet these criteria, so all 5 of them should have accelerated adoption. And honestly, I am working with Steve Barclay, who just was on the stage earlier, about how we, in fact, make sure that innovation and the public procurement processes, which are right at the point of this beyond demonstration, but not able to be scaled, no marketplace, how do you make it work with our current rules around public procurement processes? Stay tuned. That is at the very top of Steve Barclay's list of to-dos, and we're working hard to address it. Actually, was working on a sub for him last night. So, on that very topic. So, that's my summary.
Thank you very much, Tim. That was wonderful. So, look, the scores, it adds up to 108%. I don't know how the Confed computer system has got that right. I don't know where you bought that from, Victor, but I'd ask for a refund. And they're all in the mid-30s with about 4% between them. Yeah. So as Tim said, I think you're all amazing and all winners. I would like you to thank our fantastic frontline clinicians who've stood up and presented, and our fearsome, fiery dragons who put them through their paces. And I'm going to hand back to Victor to close the conference. So thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to say a few words before everybody goes to catch their trains. Thank you. That was excellent. Dragons and all that stuff. It's all very good. Thank you, Tim. I agreed with every word that you were saying. Thank you, Tony, the prof. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for staying. I just want to say a couple of things to thank our partners, our event partners. They genuinely are our partners, Accurix and Google, for allowing all this to happen. Actually funding it, pretty much, all of it. Can I just thank the best events team I have ever worked with? They are the best events team bar none. Bar none. The Confed events team, you are as slick as it comes. Can I also share that thanks with our partners in NHS England? It's not been easy. It really hasn't. You can imagine, doctor strike, rearranging who can come and who can't come because they're on the front line. So I want to thank NHS England as well for actually working with us on this, because it's been really, really challenging. As far as the content has been concerned, I started off by talking about challenging conversations. I hope you've had some. I hope you feel that you've got uncomfortable at times, and shared that discomfort. And as a result, got some answers, some solutions, some fresh thinking. I've actually had a few difficult conversations. I've got some bruises on my back, but actually, that's what we were trying to do. I also thought you've had some inspiring conversations, some energizing events throughout the day. My favourite, and I'm biased, right? My favourite speech, as it were, here was Matthew's. I would say that, and I hired the guy. Right? I hired the guy. I'm sorry, but he did it without notes, right? He just stood it, did it without notes. Now, the key thing about that is not what he said. It's not about Matthew, right? So those of you that were in that speech, understand this. It's not about Matthew, not about me. It's about the Confed. So what he talked about was what the Confed stands for, right? We have a vision for the future of health and care in this country, right? And it's not even our vision. It's your vision. Right? We're a membership organisation. We're in the business of membership. Right? So your business is our business. We don't say or do anything unless it's connected to what you want, what you say, and how you practice the delivery of healthcare to people outside this room. So for me, hearing Matthew speak clearly, with passion, about the need for a new relationship with the population around health and social care, the need to invert the pyramid, the need to understand how the centre can work with everyone else in a clear and transparent way, that's us. He just expressed it really, really well. Why? He's bloody clever, right? Which is why I got the job. That's why he got the job. And I should say, there was some rumours about, there were cards held up behind, he wasn't doing it without notes, he was doing it because there were cards. No, he did it without notes because he's passionate about it. We agree it. We are aligned behind it, and we hope you are. Right? We hope you are. The future for us is about how we can work together. As I said right at the beginning, we cannot solve some of these problems on our own. We have to do it together, and we have to bring people into the room. So you've heard the Secretary of State for Health, you heard the Opposition Secretary of State for Health, you heard Amanda, you heard all the people that we need to keep talking to. You heard Richard Meddings, who, thank you, Richard, for staying and for carrying some of the load that Amanda couldn't carry. You heard all those people contribute to the debate, right? That debate has to continue, but we have to change the way we do things. We have to keep having those difficult conversations. We cannot afford to be comfortable because the really uncomfortable people aren't in this room. And finally, I always say this because it's just true, people get pessimistic about stuff because you're facing it and it's here and it's like really difficult and all that. And I just got to say this to you, and forgive me if you've heard me say this before, but I mean it because it's true. Everybody who's come to this conference, everybody is sitting in this room, and everybody who's going to get on the train on the way home and kiss their kids or their dog or the cat or whatever, you're all too lucky to be pessimistic. Can't afford it. Right? You have to be optimistic on behalf of everybody who isn't in this room. Right? And lastly, I'm confident in you. I rely on you as much as anything else, right? My family, my community, my people rely on you to get it right. So this conference was not a waste of anybody's time. You were here because we need to solve problems together. And I hope you've done that. I just want to thank you personally for taking the trouble to be here. Don't give up. This is the mission. It's all about what you do next. Leave better leaders. Have good journeys home. Thank you very much.